All right. Good morning, everybody. If you can hear me audio-wise and I sound okay, if you don't mind hitting that number 1. Good. If you can hear me and I sound good I know sometimes the mic is a little low. I did adjust it this morning, so I'm hoping I see ones, but okay, good. James, Jamie, Maddie, Mark, Craig, Greg, Patient, Hoover. All right. Looks like no mic adjustments needed. Thank you, HR. Perfect. Preston, Eco, Anna. Thank you for the feedback. Good morning to all of you. Corey, you too. All right, let's get this party started here. Gone, hello. All right, we are getting a pullback here. And I'm trying to think. Bouncing here a little bit. So, okay, officially good morning. Sorry, right in the middle of a pullback, and I couldn't even get my main introduction out of the way. But good morning. It is Friday, December 5th. The year is 2025. And we are here to close out the week together. Hopefully you're all off to a good start of the day. I am off to a good start. This right here was actually, let me just, I'll show. Somebody remind me. I don't know if I want to relive it. Let me put it this way. I went long. My target was the pink line there. I did very, very well on it, over $1,000. Well, slightly below 1,000, but I'm just going to say 1,000 to make it easy. But what I thought was a great move, yes, target hit. I actually nailed the exit. I got out like right at the pink line. I'm like, boom. None of this, you try to get out of the resistance and then it comes back down. No, I got in. I was like, oh yeah, nailed the target. Even nailed it like literally right at my target, and then it went up, like another 60 points. So the market, it has a weird way of making you feel like a total failure when you actually have a good solid trade. And that was one where, and I was in the trade less than 5 seconds, $1,000. And then I had to almost walk away. It almost put me on, not almost, it didn't put me on tilt, but it was very irritating. So it's weird how the market, even on a winning trade, even on 5 seconds, $1,000, you can still just feel like a total failure. So I don't know. Like I said, just the most recent example of how trading can be so hard, and why it's so hard. But anyways, I don't mean to start out negatively. I was just trying to turn that more into a little bit of a lesson here. But anyways, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. It helps. If you've never been here before, welcome. It is great to have you. But yeah, no need to hit the like button. I completely understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But if you have been here before, then please, reminder, I know it doesn't seem like much, but it surprisingly makes a big difference. Hit that like button if you don't mind. I don't know. I'm gonna log out and back in real quick. Something seems maybe off. So again, let me log in, log back out. I can't tell if it's my imagination or not, but let me just do this. And I don't know if I'm being paranoid by logging in and out off screen. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but I don't understand enough about everything to know if I'm if I'm being overly paranoid by taking it off the screen while I do it. But if I am, apologies. I'm an old dude, okay? I'm an old guy. I don't fully understand all this. There we go. All right. Again, I don't know if I was being overly paranoid, but or on the logging out, but I don't know if I don't know. Is Tradeovate issue for anybody else? Is it off or no? We have a very shaky start to the live stream. But this is this is some good quality action. So I'm trying to speak and everything, trying to decide if I want to make a trade. You are very smart to do that. Okay, thank you, Jim. All the mods are here today. I don't see Kyle. All right. Let's see what we can. You are being paranoid, but a little paranoid. Yeah, I don't understand enough about like hackers and all that stuff. Like if somebody sees my login name, is that good enough to like do something? I don't know. So like I said, but here we go. We're getting a bit of a pullback here. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. All right, we were approaching the 21 EMA. I'm going to try to get long at the green line. Okay, I'm long. I'll take that. Little scalpy scalp to start things off. Very well could bounce right back up. That's seemingly a nice little point, but just to get my my brain in a good spot, I always like to try to start off the webinar, or not the webinar, the live stream with a win. Was it a week ago today? When was it where my first trade, I bought that pullback, and it was not a pullback? Was that? I can't remember. That might have been a week ago? Are we at the 1 week anniversary where it was like a new record for the live stream, but like one of those really bad records? But how do you have a RSI indicator buy daylight? I'm trying to drop, make easy. Buy high and drop the daylights out of it 70 and drop, make easy. I mean, I've used the RSI, but when I see an indicator and easy money in the same sentence, that makes me think you're probably newer trader. You're more of a newer trader, which is fine. Everybody starts off new. But yeah, and I'm not trying to be negative. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm not trying. Well, I guess I am trying to rain on your parade a little bit. But yeah, if you think trading and making consistent money is as easy as just following an indicator like the RSI, like, okay, when it gets above 70, I do this. When it gets below 30, I do this. Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. I really wish it were. I wish it were as easy as what you seem to be thinking it is. Buy high and drop the daylights out of it above 70 and make easy money. So yeah, no, I don't have anything against the RSI. If you are using the RSI and factoring it into a broader trade plan and broader strategy, that's great. But like the way you're describing it, I think you think that trading is easier than what it actually is. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your post. That's also completely possible. More than 50 years in the market. Well, then you are more than welcome to kind of put your money, with all due respect, people can type and say anything they want. But what we do around here, if you want to show us how easy it is when you see this RSI doing what it's supposed to be doing, tell us an entry point, an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. If you can give us those three numbers ahead of time, that would be great, Bradley. And if we're just watching this all play out, then I guess maybe you can show us that it is easy money. So, yeah. I'm very skeptical. I'll put it that way. I'm very skeptical, but I'm open-minded. If you want to, start to give us some trades and we can see how this easy money RSI strategy works out, I'm all for it. But yeah, we are skeptical, and hopefully you don't take offense to that, given this is the internet, and kind of like I think we're all aware that people can just say stuff on the internet. But yeah, That is the power of the three numbers. 3-number power. Entry point, stop loss, and target. These 3 numbers ahead of time. And then we can just see how things play out. And if you're wrong, that's okay. We're all wrong from time to time. I mean, that's part of being a trader. All right, here we go. Back to the low. So over here on the 5-minute, you can see we're at the overnight high, but then we have the pivot point, the dotted brown line. We have the dotted yellow, which is the VWAP. So I don't know, maybe am I being too greedy? Maybe wanting to see it come down here before getting long. If you're like, no, Clay, I want to play the bounce off the overnight high. I hear you. I hear you. I think I'm going to just be a little bit more high maintenance and look for it to come down to that area before I start to look for it. See your chart you put on the screen. It went high, then drop. Okay, yeah. Okay, Bradley's officially a troll. Good job, Bradley. Good job. Well played. It went high, then it dropped. Well, yeah. Oh, yes. So, folks, the key to trading, the secret to trading is wait for it to go high and then short, and then it drops. There you go. Or and I guess the inverse, wait for it to go low, and then you buy, and then it will bounce. I think that's the strategy. Wait for it to go high, and then it'll drop. Wait for it to go low, and then it'll go back up. Who knew? Who knew that trading was that straightforward? What am I looking for? Come on, dude! And I just missed that too. And I just missed the 200 period. I was looking at the volume profile. If you picture this as kind of like mountains, notice how we have the peak of the mountain. Peak of the mountain right here at that pink line right there, the 200 period moving average. I was like, you know what? I bet that might be a good long. But then I missed it looking over at, I can't do it. All right, we're getting a hammer here. Jim, in the chat, is a real-life friend who I want to get to payout territory. He keeps getting so close, and then he just craps his pants every time. And he just crapped his pants again, and now I'm irritated. Because I really, not only do I really want everybody to succeed, I've said that before, and I really do mean that. I want everybody to succeed. But then, if you're a real-life friend where we, hang out in person, I want you to succeed that much more, because then you can buy me donuts and all sorts of stuff, because you make so much money from your prop accounts. So, yes, that is, why did that, because. All right. So what I'm looking for is this candle to ideally close somewhere up around here, and then the next candle immediately come down. I don't want to see it come up and come down. I want to see this candle close up somewhere right around here and then come down right away. And then I will be interested in a long on that part. Muppet Mark did the same thing, got all the way to almost payout today, and then got, yeah, supposedly this Sunday, Preston. I say supposedly, and I don't have any inside information, but if I were a betting man, I would bet that on Sunday, they're going to say, due to popular demand, we're going to keep it going for another 3 days or another week. I don't know. So if you want to roll the dice, roll the dice. But if they mean what they say right now, they sent out an email a few days ago. It's ending Sunday at midnight, which is actually a very good deal with Take Profit Trader right now. 30% off, 0 activation fee, and then upon your first payout, they will refund you back the cost of the account. So If you're doing the, the 50K, you pay 119 upon your first payout. Let's just say you qualify for a $300 payout. They'll send you $300 plus the 119. So really solid deal right now. Hey, thanks, Kevin. Thank you for feeding hungry kids. Code Clay. No. Last year, it was almost... Okay. Some of you get so dented. Like, okay, it was... So what was that, like a difference of $30? Like, okay, it's $30 difference. At the end of the day, for me, I'm not paying for the best deal possible. I'm well aware that you can get accounts for like $12. But what I'm paying for is a good payout policy, a clean set of rules, all this other stuff. And look, this comes from a cheapskate. I love to do coupons. I love a good deal. I love to go to the Amish stores where you can get boxes of cereal that are all dented up for like, $1.50. I'm all for a good deal. But I'm also not like, well, I used to be able to save $8.75 more. No. I'm here I'm buying accounts for rules and payout policies and stuff like that. Well, I can save $20 by going with that prop firm. Sure, that prop firm's got a worse payout policy and they got a way thicker rule book, but like, you know what? Okay. Does your account automatically change to pro? Yeah, after you've met the requirements, it'll change to pro. You'll have to sign some paperwork because at that point you're now eligible for payouts. So they'll need, information for taxes and stuff like that. I went down 800 on a 25K you made. I thought, oh, good job. Wait. I went down. Yeah, you'll have to. Yeah, that's over. That's over. BR1 zone. Still looking at a potential long down around here if it wants to come back down. Looking for a long, trying to be patient though. Clay, I've been trading for a couple of years now, scalping usually QQ options, but lately I'm finding more people are switching to futures. Day trading options are pure and utter garbage. Mathematically provable. And so King, thank you for asking, King. The reason why futures are just, again, not my opinion, but mathematically provable better are futures, while they are contracts, they do not have theta. Every single, since I've started a live stream, I've had many people come back and thank me saying, hey, Clay, thank you for telling me about futures through a prop firm. They're so much better than options because options have that theta thing. And theta is a bugger. Just as we wait. So options, here's the problem. So when you buy something, so if you buy, one way to make money is, the obvious way to make money is if it goes up, fine, you make money. If the money, or if it goes down, clear way, you lose money, goes down. But anything can go three ways, right? Or it can just go sideways. Now the rational person is going to say, well, if something goes sideways, that's break even. Not with options. With options, you also lose money because of the thing called theta. So think about it. In options, of the three things the price can do, two of those three things cause you to lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance of losing money with options. Now, if you're sitting there like, Clay, dude, I make money day trading options. All kidding aside, that is so impressive. But my question to you would be, imagine how much money you'd be making or you would have made over the past if you did not have to deal with theta. And that's where options come into play. Not only, options move better, futures move better than options anyways, but even if we just assume they both move the same, why would you choose to deal with theta if you don't have to? And with futures, you don't have to deal with theta. So, King, that is why that would be my guess of why many people are moving to futures from options, because especially through a prop firm, that's the key. If you're going to go and do futures with your own money, I think you're very crazy because futures can move very, very fast. But yeah, Day trading futures through a prop firm, which around here is what we call Pam's plant. That is, I would argue, a very good thing. Again, still trying to see if it wants to come down here. And real quick, just because I cannot help myself, let's let me. Wait, what did this guy just say? Pam's plant? I did. So right here, Pam's plant is what I would argue the most efficient, best way to go about day trading. You want to day trade futures for these reasons, and then you want to day trade futures through a prop firm for these reasons right here. So that is Pam's plant, undefeated argument because it's all based in math and logic. Some people have tried admirably, but they have not been able to overcome on how, for example, day trading stocks is better. Day trading, options is the easy one to beat because you just have to talk about theta. So that is Pam's plant. Clay, can you say why you've chosen the, just admit, Mont, there's no reason. It's just, I just like it better. And I like the 150K better. I like the bigger drawdown. And I will say this, I like the bigger purchasing power too. With the 25K, you can only get 3 NQs. 50K, you can get 6 NQ. And I like, if I'm going to get aggressive and try to go big, I'd rather be going big with 6 NQs compared to 3. Options are same as trading. Timing is key. No, that's not the same. Brad, dude, no, they're not the same. Again, Brad, mathematically speaking, they are quite literally not the same. One has theta, one has value erosion, the other does not. So definitionally speaking, they're not the same. Yeah, timing is key in both of them, no doubt about it. But timing is way, way, way more important with options. Therefore, it's very difficult. It's harder because you have to be that much more precise with your timing. So you're kind of equivocating things that aren't the same. So Brad, if we're going to have, I know Brad kind of goes in cycles. Some days he's fine, but I think Brad, we're in a trough right now with a statement like that. And that's what I love about Pam's plant is it's not like, well, it's not in my opinion. It's here's the math. Now, if you wanted to deny the reality of math, I guess you could do that, but that opens up another can of worms. But no. Options day trading and futures day trading is definitely not the same. Okay, did I misread your comment? Options are same as trading. Timing is key. Have to call it right or everything else eats. Oh, all right. That's on me. Sorry. All I read was options are same as trading. Timing is key. But then you did say have to call it right or okay. Fair enough. That's all right. Apologies, Brad. Shame on me. That's what. See, I can't win. Once again, it just bounced off that pink line. I'm trying to read. I'm trying to trade. I'm trying to think. Clay, do you like to buy off the VWAP? Yeah, sometimes. But no, do I just randomly buy off the VWAP? No. Trading is a little bit more nuanced than that. But yeah. I mean, it'll draw my eye. But do I like always buy off VWAP? No. With futures, in the prop firm, very easy tax requirements. They'll send you a 1099. So that's what you'll give your accountant. Not a wheelbarrow for here's my thousands trades I've made accountant. No, here's my 1099 form and that's it. Well, don't fire up the Apex funded. That's just $130 out of your pocket. That's a terrible idea. No, Brad, that was all on me. Upon reading your message, I was totally in the wrong on that one. I hope you can give me a little grace, a little understanding that it's not the easiest to try to live stream trade. Is this okay? Is this a bear pennant breakdown here? Thinking of short now. Was long, but we have this. You have this bear pennant here. It is still yeah, but it's a sketchy bear pennant here on the 2-minute, because when we look at the 5-minute, look at the 5. We have the 50 period simple moving average. Not that far below, we have the 200 period moving average. I'm not saying the bear pennant can't work out, but that's why, I'm calling this a sketchy bear pennant. Sketchy bear pennants can work out, but they can also kind of not work out. Futures is way better, but but there's a nuance. Futures through a prop firm is what I argue, because of the movement factor and how futures can move and move so quickly. You could have $1,000 gone just like this, but with the prop firm, it helps to insulate you against that sort of stuff. I just learned that in a margin account they can lend out your positions. I don't like the sound of that. I've stayed in my cash account. Yes, I know Pam's plan. Okay, then why are you doing something that you know is not efficient, the most efficient thing? Yeah, Clay, I know that Pam's plant, you can earn more and save risk, but I'm going to keep doing it a less efficient way. Walk me through that logic, Sly Artist. I'm fascinated now. You have conceded the point that Pam's plan, in your words, and I quote, you can earn more and then, and I quote, save on risk. Yet you are choosing to not do something that you just admitted can earn you more and save you on risk. So now I am fascinated. Just like, what is going on in your brain? Like, how have you rationalized not doing the thing that you just said can earn you more and save you risk? Conservative on paperwork and simplicity. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Personally, I'd be willing to do a little bit more paperwork if I can earn more and save on risk. I mean, that seems like a good trade-off. Am I still persona non grata? Well, we'll see how you go, Plasma. I don't even remember what happened yesterday. But who is the other guy? A couple of people I had to just put in timeout. They were just, I don't know. I do both options and futures. If I had to, yeah, I'm not sure why you do options. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know how you're doing options. So, for example, remember, Pam's plant is a specific argument for the category of day trading. If you're doing options with an investment, fine, right? Covered calls, cash secured puts. You can do some really cool things with options in the category of investing. But I'm talking specifically about the category of day trading. I said I thought we would jive, and no, that's not what you said. You definitely were trolling it up yesterday a little bit too much. And you continue to troll right here. Gold just took a dive. Let's see. Whoa, my goodness. Holy smokes. How are you guys just now telling me about gold right now? What in the world? Okay, I think this is too volatile. Because look at this. The distance between these two numbers over here, usually it's 2. Usually if you would look between these two numbers, it would be 2 points. Right now it's 5, and it just, yeah, so I think this is too volatile here. All right, have a good one, Plasma. Go troll somewhere else if that's how you're going to conduct yourself. I mean, the trolling continues, acting like he didn't do anything. You know full well what you were doing yesterday. Oh, okay, no problem. Hey, the nated, good morning. I don't know, is this a long, I mean, I got plenty of green on the day. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll go 3. Okay. Whoop, and just like that down through, I'm out. Well, there we go. There was no bounce. I like the hammer. Thought, okay, maybe this thing will come back up, and as you saw, I took a bigger loss than what I wanted because that shot way too quick. But I will say I'm glad I stopped out because that loss would have gotten. Yeah, That's why I didn't go, you know, I didn't do 10 MN or MGCs. I did 2 or 3. Maybe in hindsight I should have done 1, but was that MGC? No, that was MGC. GC would have been bonkers. If you're trading GC on this right now, you got some buns of steel. Clay, can't thank you enough for introducing me to props and patiently. Oh yeah, you bet, Greg. There's a right way and a wrong way to kind of go about all that sort of stuff. Greg, you've always done it the right way. Yeah, all right. This is, yeah. So gold, just nice quick punch in the face there. No, I'm exaggerating. I'll be okay, but yeah, that happened very quickly. I don't know. I'm going to try one with 1 here. Just one. Just one. Let's see if we can get this thing to come back down. Come on. Clay, I didn't add and I cut the trade. Hey, good job. Good job. Good step in the right direction. All right, I'm going to try it. What is this? I try to get out there and I'm going to add one more right there. If this wants to come back down now, I could see that being an ad-worthy spot. There we go. Took that one out. Took that one out. There we go. Definitely being antsy on it because I'm not going to call myself a newbie on gold anymore, but I've only been watching gold for probably the past couple months. So I still, in some ways, I'm not going to get overly fancy with it. If this was MNQ, yeah, I probably play ball a little bit more with it. But yeah, I'm not going to sit here and, you know, let my ego run the show and say, oh yeah, I have a perfect feel for gold. That is one of the nice things about futures, though, is because you're watching the same thing or, you know, one of, you know, just the same couple things every single day, you start to get to know the feel. All assets have their own little feel to them. Hard to explain unless you've been trading and you've been watching something. And then you start to make comments like, well, this tends to do this. And it's like, well, why? Well, I don't know why, but I just have watched it enough to kind of notice how things tend to happen in certain ways. So that is, you know, that is the feel. Whereas stocks, as somebody that's coming from the, you know, stocks, that was always very hard because, you know, every day you could be trading something different, right? Every day there's new, you know, there's news or there's just whatever, and you never can quite get a feel for anything. So that's, you know, one of the nice things that's kind of baked into the futures trading is there's no need to spend money on scanners. You don't have to spend time scanning. You don't have to go through the news headlines, figure out none of that stuff because you just know what you're going to trade or know at least what you're going to pay attention to every day. And for me, that is NQ, MNQ, which are basically the same thing. So I like the NASDAQ and I like gold. But even sometimes watching two is almost a little too much because it like divides your attention. Okay. All right. Let me potentially along here maybe. Personally, I think it's going to keep tanking. You think gold's going to keep tanking? Well, then get short. Okay. Come up some more. Okay, if this comes down here and comes back up, I'm going to try a long right here. Come down a little bit more. Yeah, that's good. That's good. All right, let's see if it wants to come up. I'll try a long at the green line. And I am in with a terrible fill. It filled me and then started to come right back down. Come on, push, push. Bounce, bounce, bounce. I'll take that little scalpy scalp there. Hindsight will be my judge on if that's... I mean, another way I could have played it. I could be in right now. Stops just below the low. That's another way. Like I said, just choosing the scalpy scalp on that one. But, yeah, if you're in right now, I would imagine there are some people in that maybe played something very similar to what I did, and right now they got their stop below the low. And they're just going to wait and see if this bounces, and if you've been on the live stream long enough, you've seen me do things like that at times. I just noticed we are already over 50 likes with only one reminder at the very start. So thank you, everybody that's hitting the like button on your own accord. But on that note, the likes do help. So if you are enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, and you have not yet hit the like button, I know it seems like something very small, but it does actually help out. So if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be great. Well, congrats to everybody that was like, I'm not, no, Clay. Sometimes I do scalpy scalps, Clay, but on this time, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I'm gonna hold and let this thing bounce. Good job. You chose better than I did. Hey, IB Trading. I'm sorry. I'm kind of just a greedy, self-centered savage. I don't think I've even asked yet. Usually I ask at the start, but how are all your days going? Green, red, great, terrible, blown account, past account, qualified for a payout? How are you guys' days going? I'm sorry. Again, I'm a jerk. Red, hopefully controlled red. All right, maybe a short here, actually. I'm going to get rid of that. Yeah, I don't know where to put my... Kind of messy right now. Maybe a short up around here. Let's see. Green, I do better on 2 minute. No trades yet. Was tidy. Good morning, green. Green-ish. Okay. Day is blah for me. Yeah, well, that helps. That helps, Mark. $8,000 payouts out. Payouts help. I hit my daily goal. What's your daily goal? Green on eval. Haven't traded the pro. Roger that. All red today. 2 controlled, 1 not. Okay. Very green with how I trade. Where'd the RSI guy go? Oh, wait. Well, I guess we called him out for being a troll. So he's like, okay, the gig's up. Green on my ETFs. Can't complain. Very green. And with how traded, very clear. After going up almost 1,000. After only going 1,000 red yesterday until I am back. Oh, wow. Good comeback. Good comeback then. Green, I do better on a 2 minute. Well, I like to use multiple time frames. I don't trust just one single time frame. Yeah, this is hard. So here's a problem. If I get short here and I want to have my stop over the high of this candle, and all of a sudden my stop is like at VWAP or right in front of the 21 EMA, I don't want my stop there. But if I move it up above those levels, then my risk profile grows a little bit bigger than what I want. So it's not clean. Right, no, but Sly Artist, the point is that you're not being conservative. That is the point. Per your own admission, you're not being more conservative because you've already admitted there is a better way to have safer risk. And you are not doing this way to have safer risk. So no, you are not actually being conservative. You are being reckless. If I say, a better way before crossing a busy street is to look both ways. But you know what? I'm going to be more conservative and just walk across the street without looking both ways. People would be like, no. Excuse me, sir. You are actually not being more conservative. Sly Artist, I'm almost thinking, are you trolling? Like there's no way, like, or is either you're trolling or your brain is a fascinating place. One of those two. You don't get to admit that one way is more saves you more risk, and then say that you're being more conservative you know what I mean? That doesn't make any sense. So this is either a troll or your brain is just, I don't know, man. I don't know. NDX is staying below the 20. Okay, Bradley, give us a trade plan. How are you going to make money from the fact that the NDX is staying below the 20 EMA? Can you give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target? Are you able to do that? I'm on the 15-minute and waiting for it to show. Okay. Yeah, if you're using the 15-minute, there's nothing wrong with that, but yeah, you're probably more of like a sway trader. Okay, maybe a trade or maybe a short up here. Okay, nice. Come up there and I'm going to show. Yeah, this is hit the green line. All right, that's close enough. I don't know if it'll work, but I like the small risk profile I can get here. There we go. I'm in. I got another one. Another one. Let's go, boys. Let's put this at break even. Now let's see a rollover. You dirty rat. That's an A+ setup. Every time you have to take, or I have to take that trade. I don't know about you. But every time I have to take that trade. Every time. Does it always work out? No. Looks like I'm about to get stopped out. There we go. When you see a trade that you're like, uh-oh, here we go. You have to take it. That's what our job as traders is. We're not after a certain amount of money per day. We're not after a certain amount of trades per day. We're after good setups. So if that means you have 500 good setups in a day, that a good trader is going to have 500 trades on that day. If the next day there are 3 good setups, a good trader is going to have 3 trades on that day. Which is why Matty Futures was like, I hit my profit target for the day. It's like, I severely disagree with that approach to the market. I've been there. I used to do it. I understand. It's not like it's not bad. I understand the motivation behind it, but it's no good. Because if Matty Futures, and I don't know, he never said, but like, let's just say his goal is $300 for the day, and he's at $300. And then he watches 5 A+ setups. But he's like, no, I can't take those. I'm done for the day. I've hit my goal. Okay, he's now passed by on 5 A+ setups. Let's say the next day starts, he's back to 0, right? So now he's got to get to his goal. The best he ever gets on that day are B+ setups. Now, this person, Matty Futures, has pigeonholed himself into having to take B+ setups. Which is why I say aim to just take good setups. So that is the one thing where you got to be careful. Again, I understand the motivation behind, I was worried about that. That's where I was like, I want to kind of lock them in as they come, but had to come up here and take me out. But then there's the move right there. So yeah, in hindsight, I could have played it better, but I played it the way I needed to. I am working on holding longer. It just becomes boring. Well, I mean, you don't have to hold that long to make good money in futures. Yeah. I mean, yeah. When you're like watching your gains add up, I'm not sure there's anything boring about that. Yeah, but the worst feeling is being up 300 and then being negative 300 at the end of the day. Happened to me many times. Well, then oh boy, then it sounds to me like you're not actually taking A+ setups at that point. If you're taking A+ setups and A+ setups cause you to go from being up 300 to down 300, I would have to push back on, are you sure those are A+ setups? Not that an A+ setup is going to work every time, but like that I think that is that's a problem with the setups you're taking there, Isle boy. Kind of starting to. Oh, okay, all right. That's line worthy. Just notice the lows right here and also the breakout right there. So the breakout point right there became support and is also support right there. So we'll see if this yellow line here can continue to hold or not. Take a look at gold. Yeah, we were just looking at gold. Is it still collapsing? Nope. Well, who is it? Jamie was like, I think gold's going to keep tanking. If you did get short, Jamie, hopefully you put in a stop. I find myself in a lot of F setups. Or do you just not know what a good setup is? Which is fine. We all start up there, right? And a good setup is going to be a little different for everybody. I shorted XRP. Okay. If it can hit 400, I usually log off. Yeah, again, same thing. I am on team trade good setups. That way you don't find yourself having to trade B plus setups. Because you got to make a certain amount because that's your daily goal. You're not really getting any setups. You're not really getting any good trades. But hey, I got to make this amount of money. So I guess I got to trade some B minus setups today. Again, and I 100% disagree with that, Steel in Tennessee. It's a false premise to say, hey, I'm green and I see an A plus setup, so I'm going to go take it. You're not taking that setup because you're being greedy and want more money. No, you're taking that setup because it's an A plus setup. Now, I would argue it would be greed if you're up and you're like, yeah, that's like a B setup, maybe B plus. You know, I'd like a little bit more money. Let me go take that. That's greed. But it is not greed to be green, to be nicely green, and then see an A plus setup and go take an A plus setup. That's called being a good trader, because that's what we as traders are supposed to do. We're trying to take trades with an edge. If you're like, yeah, man, dude, I just took 5 A plus setups and everything, single one was a loser. I would say, you know what? I'm going to have to respectfully push back on your premise that those were A plus setups. Okay, Bradley, final timer. I'm just throwing you in timeout. Are you going to be able to give us a trade plan, or are you just armchair quarterback, hindsight trading? Like, can you give us like an actual entry point? Can you give us a number, a stop loss number, and then a target number? Those 3 numbers, chef's kiss. No problem, Eduardo. All right, maybe a short here. I want to see how it behaves at this former area of support. This candle has 20, less than 20 seconds now. So when that goes to 0, a new candle will start to form. This is a 2-minute time frame, meaning each candle moves around for 2 minutes, and then another one starts to move around. Some days A plus setups become F setups. Just that one day. I don't know about that one. Again, I don't think you have A plus setups then. Again, I'm not saying A plus setups work every time, but I've never seen A plus setups turn into F setups. I'm going to try to get a short there. I'll take that scalpy scalp. Thank you very much. Right. The claim is not an A plus setup works out. That's why you should take it. The claim is our job as traders is to take good setups. That is the claim. I mean, trading makes good sense on why most people fail, right? Because common sense things are not common, right? Well, if I'm up 300, I'm going to be done. I want to stay safe. I want to lock in those gains. Yeah, sure. I did miss out on 8 more A plus setups. And then the next day, what? You're back to 0. Okay, got to get up to that 300. And then the next day, if the best you get is B plus, you are now forcing yourself to take B plus setups. And yeah, and then people wonder why, man. Again, our job is to take good setups. Not because they're going to guaranteed to work out, but if they're good setups, the odds should be in your favor. So over time, things should keep moving. At the end of the day, though, do whatever you want. I'm just a baboon. That's disappointing and a little scary to think at one point this thing was a nice solid red candle and then ba-boom, up it went. Ba-boom this time, not baboon. If you don't like B setups, don't take a B setup and you're done for the day. Simple as that. Okay, Stealing. Well, if you have a $300 a day goal, you're just going to sit there and be like, well, I guess I'm not going to make $300. I mean, if you're going to be that, but all I know is that as a goal-oriented person, it would drive me nuts when my goals are not hit. And I think most traders are ambitious and goal-oriented people. Yeah, but you also failed on the day, Stealing. You didn't hit your daily goal though. And for me, that would rub me the wrong way. I don't like to fail in my goals. But if the goal is to take good setups, well then, hey, you can hit that goal every day. Problem solved. You can accomplish your goal if your goal is to take good setups every single day. All right, Stealing. Well, you just do your own thing. And when you're out there getting chopped to pieces because you're not getting any actual setups, it is what it is. Goals are not hit every day. Incorrect, Stealing. I literally just proved you wrong. If your goal is to take good setups, you can accomplish that goal every day. That's why I say, you know what? If you're red $300, but you took good setups, you behaved, you followed your rules, that is a great day. Whereas on the flip side, if you're up $300, but you were a degen, you revenge traded, you did all these bad things, that's actually a bad day. You took bad setups. Over the long haul, you're not gonna find success. So no, I 100% depend. Oh yeah, now you're changing your tune. Goals are not hit every day. Well, it depends on your goal. Yeah, exactly. That is the point, Stealing Tennessee. That is my point. That's why I think the best goal to have is to take good trades. That's it. Take good trades. You can't fail at that one. It is completely possible to take good trades every single day. Doesn't mean you'll be green every single day, but people that take good trades and behave well and follow rules over the long haul, things take care of themselves. Okay. All right, Stealing. Thank you for the conversation. All right, we are... I don't know if I like that trend line or not, but I'm going to throw it out there. We'll see what happens with it. Hey, Matt, man, good to see you. Again, I'm not committing to taking that short right there, but if you do like the bear pennant, I mean, let's put the golf hole up here just because I can't help myself. So there's the upside down pennant. So we'll see. How do you draw a line in Trade with 8? Right over here. Drawing tools. Steel in Tennessee. Again, thank you for the thoughts. We're going to move on. Okay, well, I would contend that take good trades is not a simple cheesy goal. So I mean, if you want to think that, hey, let's learn what an A plus setup is for me, and then let's take A plus setups or let's take good trades. If you think that is a simple cheesy goal, then okay. I think that's personally the secret to trading, but okay. Yeah. Now if this putts us up here above the trend line a little bit while longer, then I'll be interested. But right now, I'm gonna err on the side of caution. And just one more final thing. Just like so, this is the mentality in trading. People think you need to hit like huge gains, but we just had this conversation. I can't remember if it was in here in the private community, but people were like, "Man, it's amazing what base hits can do. Just take base hits. Take base hits. It's crazy how a base hit can add up." And then here we have he's ripping on a simple goal. Like simple goals aren't like simple goals. What are you talking? That's like saying base hits. Give me that grand slam. You can see the psychology even with Steel in Tennessee. He thinks that simple goals are cheesy. That's the same mentality where that people show up in trading. Base hits. I don't want base hits. No, you did not challenge any thought process, Steel in Tennessee. Your argument was flawed in so many ways. And you shifted the goalpost. No goal can be obtained. And then I gave one. Well, it depends on the goal. That's called a goalpost shift. So I welcome the thought process you challenged, but I don't know. At the end, you just came out and saying that simple goals are like bad. I 100% disagree with that. I think that's how you build. You get a simple goal. Let's accomplish. Right? Who's read the what was that speech? Make your bed every day, right? Who's heard that speech about if you just make your bed? That's like one little simple goal that then you can build upon. My thought process is flawed because I'm arguing to take good trades. Okay. That's interesting. Yes, yeah, the Admiral in the Navy. No. It was a guy in the Navy. Yeah. A great speech. A great speech. One in which Steel in Tennessee would disagree with, apparently. Well, that's a cheesy goal. Okay. That's not the same thing. That you keep equivocating. I'm not arguing a few trades. I'm talking good setups. Therefore, if there are 500 good setups defined per your strategy as good setups, I would say a good trader has 500 trades because if 500 good setups came, take the good setups. If the next day 3 good setups come, then I would argue a good trader takes 3 trades that day. I never made my bed. Maybe that's could be, Maddie. Start making it. Thank you, Adam. That's some days. Some days I'm a baboon. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. George. Yeah, Peterson is all about cleaning your room. The Navy Admiral was just, hey, make your bed. There you go. Just start making your bed. Little goal. Make your bet. Yeah, yeah. All right, I'm thinking of potentially a short down here if it comes back below this yellow line. Not the trend line, but that yellow line right there. I know. Okay. What I'm saying, Steel and Tennessee, is you have a bad goal. That's what I'm saying. And I've proven why it's a bad goal. If you have a dollar amount on your day, you are at risk of forcing yourself to pass by on good setups while then having to take bad setups the next day. Yeah, and I would argue my goal can make that goal even more efficient or more possible. It is bad for you, not for me. Well, you know what? Hey, if you want to go take poor setups, well, hey, what do I know, Steel and Tennessee? For all I know, you're pulling in all sorts of payouts every month. So maybe not taking good trades as a goal. Maybe that's like the secret. I don't know. My wife just asked if that's why I started making the bed. No, I take no credit for that one. That was just my pushback when somebody says simple goals are stupid. Simple, cheesy goals. I can trade it. It makes more sense. People show up. I want the grand slam. You know, singles add up. No. That's cheesy. I want the home run. Steel in Tennessee, you're just not following my argumentation. It's not the fact of if I hit my goal, I'm talking about what is the best goal, right? That's what I'm talking about. We both agree goals are good. What I'm trying to say is, but there is a such thing as a bad goal. That's what I'm trying to say. But we'll move on. Thank you for the thoughts. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Steel in Tennessee. I don't know. I guess he would call that cheesy, patient. I don't know. Man, right off of that 21 EMA. All right, let's see what we can cook up here. 20 or not the 20 minute. The 5's looking pretty juicy. So think about that. Notice how on the 5 minute it got rejected off the pink line, the 200 period. So nice confluence there. 5 minute we had the 200 period. Green line we had the 21 EMA. I might actually, yeah, I will. If this comes down here, I'm going to get short at the red line. Try to anticipate the break of that trend line right there. If it comes down. Now, if it pushes up too much, I'm going to have to reassess because my risk profile is going to get a bit sketchy. Okay, red line short. Put my stop at the green line here, but first, if that red line turns to blue, that means I've gotten filled. Okay, I'm in. Put out a couple of targets here. There's just in case there's some sort of all of a sudden snap down. Well, and I'm about to get stopped out of this one, it looks like. And I am stopped. All right, well, that one. If it comes back down, maybe I'll take another swing at it. SMX to the moon. All right, Roland. Well, if you have to go around and pump SMX, that's the first sign, Roland, that SMX is probably going down the toilet. no, I want more than one. Okay. Short. Come on. Yeah, 21's a beast so far. Oh yeah, I mean, I can tell you SMX is a pump without even looking at it. When baboons start running around chat rooms with that nonsense, you know it's a piece of garbage. All right, stopping out of that one. Yeah, I had plenty of a scalp on that one, but wanted some more on it. This pink line here is also that 5-minute 50 period. All right, have a good one, SD Nated. Have a good one. The second trade is clearly emotional. No, that was a good setup. I mean, I was in the green quite a bit, actually. Well, the thing with that is I'm not a baboon. I'm not a mindless dolt that drinks Kool-Aid. Zay Mian. Good job, Matty Futures. Make that bed. I'd short SMX, but the rate to borrow is 9. Yeah, SMX, like I said, without even looking at it, you know it's a piece of garbage. Like if anybody goes and buys SMX because somebody, here put a little rocket ship emoji, like I have, maybe this makes me a bad person, but I have zero sympathy for you. All right, VWAP here. Is there any more news on the day, by the way? Do we know? Well, considering I'm not going to start on it. It's a joke. All right. This thing is just kind of slow and steady back up right now. Zach, you're short. I might be joining you here in a second. No more news scheduled. Roger that. I'm going to try a short here again. See if this VWAP wants to finally reject it back down a little bit. Yeah, that's right. Go Bucks. Have a good one. This is the 2-minute time frame, but I am using other time frames too. Dude, stealing. Just drop it, man. Just drop it. Goodness. Holy smokes. Move on. All right. Looking to get short at the red line if it comes back down. I don't care who you're talking. It's irrelevant. Just drop it. Just drop it. And you didn't tag anybody in that comment anyways. So, yeah. Hey, Bradley. I don't even know if Bradley's a bot. Hey, Bradley, are you like a real person or are you a bot? What a move. What a move. Dude doesn't tag me, and it's like, I'm not even talking to you. Well, excuse me, when you're in my live stream and you don't tag somebody else, like, sorry for taking the assumption that you're talking to me when you didn't tag somebody else. Like, that's what I mean. That was the type of approach he took in that whole conversation. Like, Bush League gaslighting. Now, if you would tag somebody else and said, hey, man, look, I tagged somebody else. Clearly, I was not talking to you. I'd be like, oh, all right, fair point. You didn't tag anybody. Dude, I'm not even talking. Hey, Harry. What is the purple? Purple is the 50-period cent moving average. Can you leave other codes out here, AA? And I hope that one does not come back. That's a worse deal. I hope it doesn't come back. This is futures. There's two purples. On my screen, it's a pink line and a purple line. I don't know. Maybe it shows up differently on the live stream. I'd see you as a civil court judge. Well, it's just not. It's just. I don't know. Like, it's just weird. It's just weird. Like, people. I don't know why people do that to others. Like, if you are here and you make if I see a message and you're not tagging anybody else, I don't think I'm the crazy one for assuming, given it's my live stream and my chat box, if you don't tag anybody else, I don't think I'm wrong to assume you're talking to me. Like, I think it would make me the crazy one if it's my live stream, my chat box, and I see a message not tagged to anybody else, and then I just assume, oh, they must be talking to somebody else, right? That would make me the crazy person. But when somebody doesn't tag anybody, and then I tell them to drop it, and they're like, well, I wasn't even talking to you. That's just like, I don't know what that's like intellectually dishonesty gaslighting or something weird. It was just not in good faith at all. Hey, Clay, is the futures market open? Yes, it opens Sunday at 6 p.m. Whoa. Okay, it's noon all of a sudden. Hey, Chris. Oh yeah, William. Gold got destroyed. Or I took a couple of trades on it. Overall, did not turn out well. Those are my gold trades on. All right, Bradley's going in timeout. He doesn't. He refuses to actually give a trade plan. So, all right, we'll put you in timeout. Maybe if he wants to come back, we'll give him 10 minutes. Again, Bradley, you're in timeout because you continue to armchair quarterback everything and not give us an actual trade plan. I don't know futures. Maybe I can learn. Well, what do you trade right now, Harry Cash? Let's start there. What are you currently trading? I love my, I'm glad you love my patience. Sometimes I don't love my patience because there is no patience to love. But some days, yeah, I'm happy. I'm good with the patience and all that. But patience, I think, is one of the more difficult things in the world of trading. Where else do you stream? Just here. I'm trading 0 DT options on Robinhood. I'm just going to assume that you're just goofing around. Small cap, low float stocks. Okay, and what tool are you using charts? Like for your decision making process, are you using charts for all that, Harry? Yes. Okay. Well, then you're 97% of the way there already understanding futures, because futures is just charts. Bull flags exist in stocks. Bull flags exist in futures. Bear pennants exist in crypto. Bear pennants also exist in futures. So you are already 97% of the way to understanding futures. The final 3% is just learning the point system. And the point system is very easy. So futures move in points. So the only question you need to understand is, well, how much is 1 point worth? So if 1 point is worth $20 per contract, and let's just say you own one contract. So if 1 point is worth $20 and then the future moves 5 points, how much did you make? Again, 1 point is worth $20 per contract. And if the future moved 5 points, how much did you make? I mean, CDP, the best way to test it is just to give us trade plans in real time here. No better way to test it than just tell us when you'd be buying, where your stop is, and when your target is. That'd be the best testing grounds here. $11 billion. What's 11 billion? Yes, patience is the first thing I have to tell myself every morning. Yep. Patience is like so easy it's so easy to say, just be patient. Jim, I'm still recovering, man. I got to be honest. I'm still recovering. If I seem a little grouchy today, blame Jim, okay? Pass eval onto Monday. All right, Greg, good job. No sound. No, Krim, I'm pretty sure that's you. I think. Let me check. Yeah, that looks like to be you. I've had 0 other reports of no sound. I don't know why I'm talking to you if there's no sound. Yeah, all right, there's sound. I'll try to tag him real quick. Refresh page, my brother. So we look at this as kind of, I mean, you could look at this as you could look at it this way because that's what it is. But I mean, we have essentially this ascending triangle right here. So if you're one of these people that, don't diddle in the middle, we're kind of right in the middle of this pattern. So for those of you, and that's why I'm kind of, I don't know which way. So I'm just sitting on my hands for now. I don't want to diddle in the middle. But that is what I would say. Right now we're in, from the overall standpoint, kind of a big old ascending triangle. Right, I have no patience and now no green. Patience is, I don't know if it's the hardest thing, but it's one of the hardest things. I had the same problem earlier watching someone else this morning. No sound at first, but reload and it's working. I disappear sometimes. I don't know. It might be that Swedish internet. If I remember right, Krim, you're over in Sweden. It might be that Viking internet. Based on your name, though, that does not make me think Viking. That does not seem like Kareem Fatah. Does not. I guess I don't know. Maybe I watched too much of Viking. Who watched Vikings on History Channel? What a great series that was. Ragnar Rothbrook. You're in Kentucky? All right. Yeah, Hellengar. Yeah, that's a straight up Viking name right there. Yeah, with the cool symbols and all that sort of stuff. Like the two dots. I don't even, Yeah, Vikings was so good. Like it was so weird because sometimes I'd be a little irritated at the Vikings. Like, hey, fellas, like that's like back off. I'll admit, sometimes I was rooting against the Vikings. I'll admit it. I have not seen Spartacus. Yeah, we're kind of just putzing right here. I'm not much for me that I can do with it right now. They terrorized everyone. Mm-hmm. What was the answer? You points question. Yeah, you got it right, Harry. So Harry, you now know how to trade futures because you already used charts, and you got the answer right. The answer was 100. Now, the key is you're going to want to do it through a prop firm, Harry. Do not go do futures with your own funds. Because futures, I know you're coming from low float, small caps, and I understand you think those things move fast. They ain't got nothing on futures. They ain't got nothing on them, brother. So the smart way to go about it is to day trade futures through a prop firm. All right, I'm short. Trying to anticipate the break maybe down through this trend line here. I do not use order flow. Nope. No, me and Jim have not wrestled to his disappointment. Hey, Cat Monkey. So I'm short at the blue line, have a couple of targets down here. A little dangerous because I never, I got zero confirmation of a trend line break, so I am trying to anticipate a little bit. Yeah, I like Take Profit Trader the best because they have a very clean set of rules. They pay out very quickly. They have daily payouts, and if you're making, $1,000 a day, you can request $1,000 every single day. Other prop firms, it's not quite like that. They put a bunch of other kind of little rules on it. So yeah, I use Take Profit Trader, and I believe them to be at the top of the mountain. I'm going to add in 5 more down there. If it comes down to that red line, I'm liking what I see. Let's see. Only if it comes down to that red line, though. No, they're not expensive. The other ones will hit you with activation fees. They'll hit you with a bunch of fees from every different direction. So yeah, other ones can appear cheaper until they start to hit you with, oh, now you want to act, now you're in? Okay, let's pay more for activation and this and that. Monthly pay or monthly fees. There's no monthly fees on take. Once you pass your test, there's no more monthly fees. Again, looking to add at the red line. Does it want to break? Does it want to break? Blue line is my current price. So yes, I could take out a scalp, but come on. Let's go. Let's go. Keep coming. There we go, brother. What a snap down. What a snap down. Come on back. Don't hit me. Come on, come on, come on. Come back down. Come back down. You know, if this comes back, I'm going to move it down into there too for my next target. And just in case there's another snap, let me throw that one down there too. Come on. Come on. Man, I'm glad I added to that one. And I'm about to start. All right, there we go. I'll take that. I will take that. Looks like you're shorting. Correct, I was short. Very nice one there. That was... I don't know. It's always hindsight. I'm like, do I really want to bother throwing out orders just in case? But man, I kind of missed out on some of that. That was a quick snap and... Hey, let's go, Ty. Congrats. That's great. All right, see you later, old dirty. How long or how... The test you can take as much as you want, as long as you want. I always say pass the test within 1 month. So you can take as long as you want, but if it takes you 5 months, you're going to pay this 5 times. But after you pass this monthly fee, there is no more monthly fee. You're done paying. You owe $0 more, which is why I always say don't rush, but aim to pass within 1 month. Smart tech with the rage bait. All right, just be honest with me. Like, what was the previous name? You're probably banned. What was your previous? I promise, I won't ban you. I won't ban you, but like, what was your previous name on here? A terrible day again. Monday has to be better. Yeah, keep your head up. Keep your head up. This time is over 40. Nice little trade. I don't know what that means. This time is over 40. No, you do not pay. Well, yes, part of when you buy that first account, I'm sure from the business aspect, they have baked in there your data fees, but no, you don't have to pay anything separate. When you purchase an account, that includes data fees and subscription fees. If you don't mind me asking, what's your background in trading? I'm not sure what you mean my background in trading. I don't know what. I'm an engineer by degree, but that's irrelevant. It's not like you have to be an engineer. I don't know. I've been in the market since 2006, so I've been around a while. Maybe playing with you a bit, but not rage baiting. Okay, well, that's kind of what rage baiting is. Let's play with this person. Let's try to get them to rage out. But no, to be fair, I checked your profile. This account has been around since like 2013. So you did not just create a new account. So yes, I do believe you that you've never been banned before. You can hang out with me in the morning session because at the morning my time is devoted to paying members. So I think you've asked this before though. I seems like I recognize your name. Maybe I'm wrong though. Crazy Friday. Hey, DK England, been a while since I've seen you. Well, I mean, as opposed to what, Pure Tone? No, you're good, Smart Tech. You're good. I mean, that is a little bit of rage bait. Like, I'm just playing around. I'm just saying stuff to try to get you going a little bit. Like, that is rage bait, which is fine. Sometimes it depends on the day. Sometimes, and the mods do it all the time. So you're not like, that's fine. You're not going to get banned because they're rage bait. The mods here are the worst rage baiters. So you're good, Smart Tech. I just don't really recognize your name, so I wasn't sure. Sometimes it's a little bit more unknown. No, it does not include my morning stream, dude. I train killers. I train wolves. Truly, people in my mentorship, at the end of the day, they're like, Clay, I don't care what you think. I don't care what you're doing, because I can think completely for myself. There is no better compliment that somebody that's part of my mentorship can give me than, hey, Clay, thanks for everything, but kick rocks, man. I don't need your thoughts. I am an independent wolf thinker. So no, there is no stream for that, because people don't need to watch me, because people think for themselves 100%. My private community, my mentorship is filled with absolute killers and people on their way to become killers. I'll say this one final time. There is no better compliment that I can get as a coach, mentor, team, whatever you want to call me, than when somebody says, hey, Clay, thanks for everything, but dude, kick rocks. I don't need your thoughts. I don't need your feedback. I'm good. I got my strategy. I got my setups. I know what I'm looking for. Like, that is the ultimate compliment. So no, there is no need to live stream to the private community in the morning, because now I'll give my thoughts through pictures and stuff like that. And I've shown this many times before on the stream, but like, yeah, I'll give pictures and stuff, and because a picture, once you know what you're thinking, a picture is plenty. I mean, in all actuality, words are plenty. I could just say words to people that know how to think for themselves, and they know how to take those words and then apply it. But that's all that needed when you're surrounded with people that, you know, all think for themselves and all that good stuff. I'm expecting consolidation for the rest of the year. Market's hard to trade in that way. No, I don't concur, because that is irrelevant for me. Like, I'm on the 2-minute time frame and I use the 5-minute. I'm literally trying to figure out what the price is going to do in the next 10 minutes. I don't care what it's going to do for the rest of the year. I just care what is it going to do for like the next 10 minutes. So I simply do not concur, for the reason I put zero thought process into it, because my strategy does not require me to put any thought process into what's the market's going to do the rest of the year. I don't care. I'm trying to figure out next 10 minutes, brother. Yes, you can, Ty. Yep. Yeah, and then you can just use that money from the wallet if you want to just buy more accounts with it. You can do that. Thank you, James. So right there, Jamie, another mentorship student, can confirm I took Clay's course and it's definitely given me a great foundation and gives you the freedom to think for yourself. There's no better compliment than that. And that's why our financial alignments are aligned. Some people, their communities, their mentorships, you know, I'm not saying this is the case universally, but to me, it rubs me the wrong way. There's like, it's a monthly fee or a quarterly fee. Like, if you want to keep access to stuff, you have to keep paying. But it's like, I don't know, that almost creates an incentive of like, you're trying to keep people dependent on you. Like, do you actually want them to be solo? Because if they're solo, then they're going to cancel their subscription and they're not going to pay you anymore. But for me, my mentorship is a one-time payment, lifetime membership. That way, this makes me sound bad, but think about the incentives. My incentive is to get you to leave me alone. I do not want you asking me questions for the next 10 years. I want to truly get you independent, so you don't care what I think, because I can't make any more, from a business standpoint, I can't make any more money from you. So let me get you dependent. Please go be an independent wolf. But whereas again, if I'm charging you monthly or yearly to keep access to everything, I don't know, do I really want to get you independent? Because then you're going to stop paying me. Again, I'm not saying that people universally that, have ongoing payments like for their mentor, like I'm not saying that they're not trying to, they're not trying to keep you, or they're trying to keep you, dependent on them. All I'm saying is my payment structure motivates me to truly get you independent as quickly as possible. Anyways, the things we'll talk about while we wait to see what this wants to do. Wondering about a short here. All right, my rule is I can only have 3 lines, so I cannot add in any more yellow lines without deleting one of these. I think I'll delete this one for now. I mean, I'm at 3, but I'm long from 650 stop. All right, sounds good. I don't know. I was wrong on that one. I was wrong to have hesitated. Personally like the weekly webinar. I personally like that weekly. Yeah, the Tuesday night webinars are always fun, unless Jim's there. But don't worry, Jim. You have an advocate, and what was his name? And Smart Tech. Smart Tech, Jim. You got to find the message, man. Smart Tech went to bat for you. What software am I using? Well, what I'm using is 2 layers. So layer number 1, again, part of what I would argue is the best way to go about day trading is day trading futures, but through a prop firm. So layer number 1 for me is the prop firm itself. And what I'm using is Take Profit Trader. So if you go to the link at the top of the screen, step 1 is you have to choose the purchasing power. Make sure to use code CLAY, get the 30% off, all that. After that, they'll say, what platform do you want to use? Or what software do you want to use? I have chosen Tradeovate. So like I said, 2 layers. Layer number 1, I am in a prop firm, Take Profit Trader. Layer number 2, what software am I using? Tradeovate. I don't know. There's just something that's, I think it's probably this area right here is that track record from back here of acting as a support and then a support right there. So to get short down here, I think in the back of my mind, I'm worried, is this thing going to, right here and then bounce again? Which, to be fair, didn't hit it exactly, but got within the ballpark. But also, to be fair, had I stuck to my guns, I would have enough there for a scalpy scalp. How much money is required? Well, that depends on the account. So the lowest right here, 105. And then that is ultimately your risk too, because if you break the rules and you go and lose more than 1,500, you don't lose 1,500 out of your pocket. You'll just lose the account. Meaning if you paid 105 for the account, that's what you're out. So that's the risk. That is the risk management component of it all. No, pro accounts. Des Orby. Yeah, you'll look back and laugh at small cap, low floats. 4 or 5 years ago, small caps, low floats, micro caps, all that stuff made sense. But like now it doesn't make sense. With the invention of micro futures and then prop firms, it mathematically does not make sense to trade small caps or low floats. But Clay, those things move hundreds of percents. I assure you, futures move way better. You can generate way better ROIs with futures through a prop firm. All right. There we go. All right. So I'm glad I ultimately didn't chase down there. But if this thing comes back down, this is where it gets a little spicy maybe. Unless it just keeps going straight up. Exactly, Ty. Yep, exactly. Like it's very like it sounds too good to be true, but when used the right way, they're pretty solid. Oh, that's a big stop. I'm gonna have to go down a little bit. Yeah, I still like it, but I gotta reduce position size now. I had 3 shares. Yeah, 100 shares. Right. Yeah. I mean Small caps, you need way more money. You're taking on way more risk because it's actually your funds at risk. And then even the bigger moves still don't add up as much as prop firms, especially if you start to do copy trading. You factor in copy trading with prop firms, and then it definitely makes small caps and low floats and everything else look kind of laughable. Yes, they do have a $130 activation fee, but if you use code CLAY, part of the deal is there is no activation fee. That would be $0. Code CLAY gives you 30% off. And then there's $0 activation fee, and then on your first payout, they will refund you back this amount. So let's say you buy the account, you pass the test, then you qualify for a payout. Your payout you qualify for is $500. They will send you $500 plus $105. So it's a really good deal right now. In short, and Rumo, where's your stop? People like you make me nervous. You have given an entry, but there are zero risk management as far as I can tell. Where is your stop at, brother? You're short at 698, okay? Where's your stop? I'm going to learn. Dude, Harry, you already know how to trade futures. You don't have to learn futures. Like I was explaining earlier, given the fact you already know charts, you therefore are 97% of the way there to trading futures. The other 3% was just the point system. You do not need to go and learn to trade futures. You already know how, because you know how to trade with the chart. So instead of using charts to trade small cap stocks, which is what you're doing, you're now using charts to trade futures. That's it. That's the power of charts. Yeah, it's for all of them. Code CLAY gives you on any account the 30% off, $0 activation fee, which is normally $130, but with the code, $0 activation fee, and then upon your first payout, they will refund you back what you bought the account for. Short entry, 700. Stop. Oh, 60-point stop. Okay. You're more of a sway trader then. I just learned a prop interface. Yeah, that's the whole goal with the live stream. I want people to be aware of day trading futures through a prop firm. Because when I got back in my day, I had to sit there and invest in penny stock garbage because I didn't have $25,000, so I couldn't be a day trader. But that is why micro futures are amazing. Micro futures truly game changing. Because even then, like to recommend a new person, a beginner, go and trade like NQ futures is nutso. But now with the micros, oh man, such a better way to get your feet wet. And then you factor in the prop firms and it gets even better. And wow, what a move right back down. All right, this thing has turned out to just be sloppy. I really hope we're not going to go into some little sideways channel here. I guess you range traders, you'll love this if this is now some sort of channel moving forward. But I'm not the greatest with channels, so I heard that the prop account evals used to cost like 5 times what we're seeing now. Oh yeah, I don't know on that one. Wouldn't make sense, right? That's just capitalism. The more competition, lower prices go. We as consumers benefit. But yeah, I don't know, but sounds plausible. Going down a rabbit hole. I'm a TFP member. Does your Discord channel still require it? You'd be able to get in. If you're a TFP member, you could get in, Jamie. If you're having trouble logging in, just drop me an email. But yeah, it is a lifetime membership, so haven't you been? I could have sworn, haven't you been on the podcast too? Have I interviewed you on the podcast? Your name still always does look familiar. But I might just be imagining that fun fact. I have. Okay, man, I'm pretty proud of my memory. So Jamie's even been on the pod. Do you remember what episode? Okay, so it's below the VWAP, new support. Yeah. Harry Cat, I'm telling you, the only difference for you is instead of using charts to trade small caps, you're now using charts to trade futures. Because again, a bull flag in stocks exists. Bull flags in futures exist. Clay, you have a podcast? I do. I'm taking a break from it, but yeah, I had it for, I don't know what, like 13 years. Would interview members of the community. Hey, well, thank you, Jason. Good day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie. Yeah, these are 2-minute candles, but over here I do have other time frames. See, that's what's crazy about the live stream. Like some dude from Australia was just like, hey, man, very informative. Thanks. That's wild. Australia. Can you imagine that? Dude is probably fighting kangaroos right now while he runs away from all the poisonous snakes and spiders and great white sharks. Live streaming is wild. Do you have to be an American to join? To join what? The prop firm or my community? What's a dingo? Well, there's that move. Would love to see this actually get some more continuation. I really don't want to see it. If this snaps back up, then it's like that's more evidence that, okay, maybe we are going to be in some sort of choppy channel here. Or the highest body in the rally was my short entry. All right. Yeah, what's that from? The dingo ate my bait. Yeah. Okay. Is that Austin Powers? Well, at this point, if we're thinking this is some sort of sideways channel, then I guess the channel traders would be like, listen, or the range traders, listen, Clay, just be patient. Let it come up to around this area, and then you get short. So we'll see what happens. Oh, Seinfeld. Yeah, Elaine said it, right? Prop firm, do you have to be... well, what country are you in? You do not have to be an American, but there are some countries that are not... that are blocked. So what country are you in? $21 EMA, though, in the near term. Doing work. That green line is the 21 EMA right there. You can see a couple rejections right there. So trying to be patient here. Oh, really? Came from a true story? That's sad, then. I still don't know what a dingo is, though. All right, see, forever. Look at Patient Trader. That's the power right there. Everything mapped out. His short, his stop, his targets. I mean, that right there. And even if Patient Trader is wrong, that's okay. Okay. Oh, yeah. If you're a Canadian, yeah, they're open to Canadians. Yep. The prop firm that I'm using and that I recommend that I've been talking about, Take Profit Trader, they're open to Canadians. Yep. I'm so glad about that. Before Take Profit Trader, I always got inquiries from these 4 places: Australia, India, the UK, I guess 5 places, UK, Europe, unless you want to call them same, and then Canada. Hey, Clay, I want to get in the markets, or the USA markets. What do you recommend? And I never had a universal answer. But now I can just say, hey, Take Profit Trader, they're open to all those countries, give you access right into the best market for day traders, the futures market. A dingo is a wild Australian dog. Oh, okay. Dingo is a dog-like critter. Gotcha. Kind of like a coyote, maybe? All right, I might be a dent right now. I'm going to try a buy here, though. Risky trade, but trying to see if it wants to bounce off this area. It bounced there, bounced there. Maybe it wants to bounce again. Let's see. Again, looking to get long at the green line if it wants to come back up. Again, it's bounced from this area both back here and right here. Whoop, never mind. All right, that's the power of waiting for confirmation there. To be fair, sometimes confirmation it causes you to miss out on a winning trade. But right there, confirmation definitely just saved me from a losing trade. Because the people that were just getting long right there without any confirmation, I'm assuming they're stopped out or getting close to getting stopped out, or they're just getting wrecked right now. Five points. You're going to have to be more specific there, Harry. Harry, just when you start with MNQ. MNQ. Those ones, they close every day at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then they open back up an hour later at 6 p.m. Eastern. And then they close for the weekend Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern, and then they open back up Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. That's what you'll want to focus on. Just get your feet wet. I'm not saying this is where your end, but MNQ, start there. Once you get MNQ figured out, if you want a little bit more spice in your life, then just go to NQ. And then you'll know what I mean when I say compare NQ trading to small caps, and you're like, man, small caps are like paint drying. You love the spice on ES. Yeah, some people like ES, but I think MNQ, good place to start. Especially if he's coming from small caps, he's already used to some spice. You still have a 5 in the buy sell one. Yeah, 5 contracts, not 5 points. You buy 5 contracts. That's what you buy. You are trading contracts. But unlike options, these contracts do not have theta, which is why day trading futures is so much better than day trading options. No theta. All right, maybe a double bottom coming. Well, I'm glad to see this. Okay, looking like we got a chance at no choppy range here. We're getting some movement. How much is a contract? Well, prop firms, it's irrelevant because it just tells you. So for $119, it gets you 50K in buying power. What does that give you? Well, per trade, you could have up to 6 of the very volatile contracts or 60 of the less volatile. So the ones right here that you can see is 5. If I really wanted to, that could be, if this was a 50K account, that could be as high as 60. Whoa. Okay, bounce. Okay. Oh, yeah, nice. Bounced right off those couple lows right there. You're welcome, Mad. MNQ every 5 points is $10. NQ every 5 points is $100. Right. Per contract. Per contract, Pobop. But I'm going to try a short here if it wants to come back down. Again, we'll look to get short if it wants to come back down, but only willing to get short if it moves back down to the red line. Thinking back test? Yeah, at this point. All right, I got to cancel this out now because if I get filled, where my stop needs to be is going to be way too high now. First 2 targets hit. And see, that's what's awesome about Patient Trader. The dude nailed it, and we know that he nailed it because he gave us a trade plan like in real time. None of this armchair hindsight trading stuff. Good job, Patient Trader. Yeah, hey, buddy. You want to come in? Come here. Hi. All right. What are we going to do here? We got to make some... Gotta make some money here, boy. Yeah. What do you think? Think it's going to go up or down?
It's up.
Oh, up? Yeah, it is going up right now.
Oh.
Okay. We might have a trade here, buddy. If it hits this green line and comes back down, I'm going to, yep, just like this. Let's see what happens. I'll put my stop right above there. Okay, in, buddy. Let's see if it wants to come down some for me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, buddy. There we go. Let's get another one out. There we go, brother. There we go, buddy. Okay, let's put our stop loss in green territory. There we go. Let's start to bring it down, brother. Look at this, buddy. Good call. Good job. Look at this. Say down, down, down. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, yeah. Come on down.
Up.
Yeah, no, not up, down, buddy. Can you say down?
No.
Very good. Good job. Yeah. Come on in. Say down.
No.
Down. No, we don't want it to go up right now, Kit. We want it down. If it goes down, we'll be able to have ice cream tonight. Daddy will be able to buy some ice cream.
For us?
Yeah.
Mean us?
Yeah. Okay. The trade's over, but that was still a good one. That was still a good one.
I think it's going to go down.
Down. Well, I was just in for it to go down.
Go up, go up.
Look at that. The 21 EMA. See that green line there? See how it went up and bounced right off of it?
Dad.
Yeah. Don't touch that.
It went down.
Yeah, it did go down. Yep.
But that's good. We're going to get free ice cream. Out, up.
Yeah.
Shut up. Ice cream from what?
Yeah, yep. That's not okay. Don't touch the screen, buddy.
I can't touch the screen.
Because it's fingerprints.
Oh. He's done.
Okay. Do you want to say hi real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Jet. Kid wants a turn. Okay. Oh, look.
What?
Oh, somebody just bought us ice cream. Say thank you, Mark. Or Mr. Mark. Say thank you, Mr. Mark.
Hey, it's Mike.
All right.
I think it's going to go down.
Oh, you think it's going to go down?
Yeah.
There we go. We can both be up here.
All
All
You
right.
think it's going to what? I think it's going to go down.
You think it's going to go down? I'll take that. I'll take that right here. Here we go.
What?
I'm trying. Okay, this is probably a bad idea. Oh, I can't even click on it. I can't click the X. Oh, I'm in. Okay. So be it. Okay. All right. Oh.
Just what got a million in my dad's lap, so.
Yeah, so we kind of got a Monka-S situation right now.
So I think he's not going to get some ice cream.
Yeah, I might not get ice cream anymore. I might lose all the ice cream right here.
He might lost the privilege. He might get spitting.
Yeah. Hey, look. Somebody else just gave some ice cream.
Yeah.
Say thank you. Say thank you, Mr. Harry. All right, let me get out right
Thank
there.
you,
There we
Miss.
go. We're green.
Thank
Okay.
you, Miss Jim.
Mr. Harry.
Mr. Harry.
There we go. All right. Okay. All done. Thank you for coming and saying hi. Oh, yeah. Okay, can you wave at everybody? Say bye.
Dad. Okay.
There you go.
I'm going to say something, Dad.
Okay, you say something real quick.
I hope you can never smash but smash it right now. Bye.
Okay. Wow, that was a little arrogant. Whoa, now you're... Okay. Okay, buddy. All right. See you later. Bye. All right. Did you see me? I was trying to click out. I was trying to cancel that order, and I guess I could have hit the gray button now that I think about it. Hey, no, turn off. I'll be back. All right, we're back. Had dinner with a couple to that, another from Cedar Rapids. Can't sell their condo. Gotcha. All right, this does actually look for like another nice short down here. If it comes back down. I'm having second thoughts. Let me bring over the 5 minute. We have this lower shadow on the 5 minute. Now we have this lower shadow on the 5 minute. So yeah, I'm gonna err on the side of caution. Again, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Harry. Very kind of you to do that. I don't think those two are at the age to understand like money too much, but like ice cream, that's a good way to talk. Kids trade better than, yeah, no, they do. But yes, so code Clay goes to feed hungry children. Those are two of the 6 I have. So when you use code Clay, it goes to feed hungry kids because I have 6 of them, and I assure you they are hungry. So code Clay goes to a good cause. Hey, well, thank you. Right on cue, right there. Look at that. Rise, Thrive. Thank you, Rise, Thrive. You just helped feed some hungry kids. You got to see 2 of them. I do have 6 of them, yep. That was Jet and Kit. And then we have, I guess we'll start from the youngest to the oldest. Jet, Kit, Faye, Trip, Dot, Joy. I don't know. This makes me want to go short if it comes back down, but that 5 minute is throwing me off. The 5 minute has me, no. I don't know. I guess I'm still a child at heart. And maybe I might have went into baboon mode. But on Thursdays, all right, there we go. Whew. Well, to be fair, I would have never been filled anyways on my short down here. So it was the wrong idea to get short anyways, but at least I didn't, I waited for confirmation, but there we go. Anyways, wait, your parents were hippies? If that was to me, I'm not quite sure I'm getting the getting the reference point. Oh boy, this is I'm sorry, I have to. I only do it with 2 though, because the 5 minute has me all confused, but I'm gonna do it with 2. Again, the 5 minute makes me think this is a bad trade. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. That was a delay. That took a while for that order to show up. Hopefully this is not a sign of things to come. Again, the 5 minutes suggesting this is not the greatest maneuver on my part, but I don't know, that was looking so good. But I did compensate for that by just going with two contracts. Because of names of kids. Yeah, I guess I've never heard of that one. Dude, listen. When the price is in a downtrend, it comes up and then gave me a candle that made it look like it was going back down. I argue I'm just going with the trend. Again, I was wrong. It pushed back up. So right there, the 5 minute. I'm glad I listened to the 5 minute. What was it? Oh, yeah. Somebody asked if I was smoking pork. No, tonight we are having pizza rolls. And then this is where I was like, I don't know if this was a poor life decision, but it's been forever since I've had fish sticks. And I don't know if my kids have ever had fish sticks. So we're going to have pizza rolls and fish sticks tonight. Or at least I'm going to have fish sticks. Or maybe a fish stick. I remember liking fish sticks, but I don't know. Are they still good or no? Jim, you wouldn't know good food if it smacked you in the face. Jim is like... Don't even get me started on Jim's eating habits. Do you like fish sticks? I think so. I don't know. Oh, they're processed, all right. They're processed. Oh yeah. If they were soy sticks, Jim would be all about them. Yeah, come on over, Bill. You seem like a totally normal person. Yeah, I'm sure I'm well aware they're not healthy for you, but moderation, right? Donuts are not healthy either, but I love donuts, but like I don't eat them every day. You can never go home again. Fish sticks is a short. We'll see. How long have I been trading? A long time. I got in the markets in 2006. I started off as a penny stock investor, though. So I wouldn't say I started trading in 2006 because I technically was a very wise penny stock investor. And by that, I mean a total baboon. I don't understand where your entry was. The operation entry line does not appear. Well, because that trade's over. I'm not in a trade any longer, Alexander. If I was still in a trade, one of these numbers would be moving around. I always remember tartar sauce. Frozen Fistic. Well, I got them. Do you want to know how much of a baboon I went? And I got Walmart brand. Great value. Great value frozen fish sticks. If I'm live streaming at 3 a.m. from the toilet, you guys will all understand. No, I've been take profit trader since the start. They're by far, I'm very pleased with them. That is chandelier. 12-foot ceilings, my dude. No. I am in a tuna can right now. We are in a temporary house right now while we build our homestead. All right, we are at the pink line here. Is this a rejection point? I got to chill out a little bit. I'll be when this was coming down, I once again was thinking, okay, maybe short. That would have been a bad choice. So I need to chill out. I think I'm maybe losing my chart vision here a little bit. This is kind of tricky action because that actually was pretty solid. Like when the chart looked like that. Hey, there we go. When the chart looked like that, I mean, I could totally see people like, all right, yeah, looking like this move is failing. Let's get short. But yeah, boom, like that. What indicators do I use? I like candlesticks, trend lines, and moving averages. And the VWAP, I guess, if you want to separate that out. But I use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Because I am a baboon, so I need to keep it simple. I don't have any cool sounding terminology or anything like that. I don't have any cool like abbreviations. I started with TBT. I don't want to change horses. I just passed the eval, got a pro account. Need to get... Okay, well, yeah, Cheryl, congrats. First off, congrats on passing. So yeah, the racehorse model would be while you have your pro account, you start working on passing another test account. That way, if you lose this pro account, you can plug it right back in and still have a pro account. Yeah, I like pivots too. Pivot points. Next week would also work for me. Yeah, all right. That's why I'm glad I'm sitting in my hands because this, what time is it? No, this doesn't necessarily look like a news driven. It just, yeah. All right. So yeah, shorts are, well, disciplined shorts are getting stopped out here. The D-gens are maybe going to work out. The Holden Hopers, maybe they'll get bailed out or else they're going to maybe get their account roasted. I'm looking at the rules on TBT and they have a higher dollar amount to reset for. Correct. That's why we do the racehorse model. That is why when you have a pro account, be working on passing test accounts so that if you blow up a pro account, you don't go and pay that reset. You just go and plug in another past test account because there are no fees to store test accounts. Other prop firms, if you have 20 accounts sitting in the background, you're paying every month for those 20 accounts. Not so with Take Profit Trader. As soon as you pass the test, you do not have to activate it right away. You can just let it sit there. And there are no fees for just letting it sit there. But yeah, that is a way to be proactive. Again, yeah, you do not want to reset a pro account with Take Profit Trader because that is crazy expensive. That is the whole point of the racehorse method. Racehorse model, excuse me. I do not. I have copy trade. I don't do copy trading. I'll get there eventually, but I'm in no rush. I'm kind of a slower mover. Hey, do we have 4 more likes out there? 150 is always kind of a nice little milestone for the likes. So if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, and you're willing to hit that like button, I know it seems like a small little thing, but it does make a big difference. So, yeah, let's see if we can maybe get a little push above 150. I don't know. I don't know what to think of Indiana. My mind's, I don't think it's still wrapped its head around seeing Indiana at number 2 in the sport not being basketball. There is a big difference to go from a pro account to a, is there? Okay, RK. I appreciate what you're doing. You seem to be a planner, but you are like 30 bridges ahead right now. All I will say, my friend, is let's first just focus on passing a test account. Let's do that. Let's worry about that bridge right now. I do understand in some areas of life, you do need to consider like 15 bridges ahead. This is not one of those areas. One bridge at a time. Let's first just get past the test phase. It's like when people, again, I appreciate it, I do. People show up and they're like, all right, let's talk tax strategies and trading. And it's like, well, wait a second. The only people that are paying taxes in trading are those making money. So how about we just cross the bridge of how to at least even make money trading? Think so? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Larry. It's hard to know because I mean they beat Oregon fine, but I don't know. I don't know. So you store past evals by not advocating them. I thought it would. Nope. You do not have to activate your account right away. Once again, what I'm talking about here is specific to Take Profit Trader. Other prop accounts, a lot of them, they will charge you monthly. Even if you've passed the test, just to still have the account, they'll charge you a monthly fee. So it would be kind of hard to have a bunch of past accounts sitting there and then you're paying every month on them. That might distort the math a little bit. But with Take Profit Trader, once you pass the test, you don't have to activate it right away, and you can just let them sit there. And that's what I do. That helps me keep loose, right? I'm not trading scared because the big problem is people pass a test, they get their pro account, and then they pucker up. They're all scared because I don't want to lose this account. I don't want to lose this account because if I lose it, I have to go through the test phase again. Whereas if you know you already have past test, then it loosens you up because you know that if you lose it, okay, I'll just grab one from the stable. That's why I call it the racehorse method, right? Your racehorse is your pro account. So it helps with that because when I first got into prop firms, I noticed that. I'm like, man, why am I so uptight all of a sudden? It was like, because I'm scared to lose this pro account because I don't want to have to go through the test phase again. So I was like, well, why don't I just create a backlog? Now I went overboard. I passed 10 accounts before I started with my pro accounts. I'm not saying anybody needs to get 10 in the stable before they start trading. I probably went a little overboard. But it has helped me. Like when I'm trading, like right now, I don't even know how many I have in the stable right now. But like it helps me to know that if I roast a pro account, it's like, oh well, like I'll just plug in another one. Now, obviously, I'm not trying to roast them. I'm not, just being lackadaisical. I'm just saying it helps with the mental state. For me, IU has a Rat. You're biased in this conversation. All right. Thinking of a long here. If this wants to pull back some more. Oh, no. I want to do more than one. Are you going to go long at that green line if it wants to pull back? I already activated my pro account. Can I still use my pro account, sit for a bit while I pass another? Yeah, just do one flip trade every week on it. So just do like one MNQ buy sell. So you'll make a couple bucks, lose a couple bucks. That way it keeps active. He's the Kathy Wood of college football. Oh, Indiana's coach. Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit where credit's due. That is impressive, what he's done. USC guy, what? You grew up in Indiana. How are you a USC guy? You grew up in Indiana. You're in Arizona now. How long does it take to approve payouts? They're very fast. Very fast. I mean, all prop firms have growing pains. And Take Profit Trader, they've been going through some growing pains because they are really good. So, yeah, this past kind of few weeks, they were slower than normal. Still fast, but slower than normal. But now, as far as I'm aware, they're back up to even faster than what they were. In fact, a couple weeks ago, I'd never had this happen. I like to request payouts on Saturday mornings. I request one on Saturday morning, and then usually it'd be in my bank account then on Monday morning. But then I got the email like a couple hours later on a Saturday morning, approved. I'm like, oh really? And then I click the final part, and then like 3 minutes later, it was pending in my bank account on a Saturday morning. So yeah. Sahil, I'm not doing that just because that's not good. You should not want my opinion. That is just that is a sign that you have more learning to do, and that's fine. But if you find yourself needing to go and ask for other people's opinions, no, because that's not how trading works. At the end of the day, you've got to be able to think solely for yourself. Because let me ask you this, Sahil, are you thinking about putting some money on the line based off my opinion? I hope not. Because that is, you've got to be an independent thinker. Intraday drawdown is good. It prevents the YOLOing. I want a grand slam. I'm not. I see $1,500, but I'm not going to take it because I want 5,000. It's like, okay, that's just a bad habit. Okay, wait. I forgot I had this order out here. Okay, are we about to get filled? We got close. Again, I'm trying to get long right there. I kind of got distracted. They very well could be all hype, but let's just assume that they are all hype. They're still 12-0. They've beat Oregon. So there is something, I don't know if they're all hype. Let me just put it this way. Indiana used to be like, okay, Ohio State will have at least one win every year because they play Indiana. So to take a team that usually that's the standard, and now they are where they are, it's pretty impressive. Okay, about to get long maybe, if I can get filled. Okay, I'm long. Long entries at the blue line. I'll take that scoop. I'm getting ready to get a TBT account with code Clay. Thank you. Once I pass the test, then I pay. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Once I pass the test, then I pay another 19 for the 50K. Exactly. Yes, that would be the racehorse model. Pass an account. Now, some people want to do a couple accounts at once, but just easing in, that would be the racehorse model. As soon as you get past an account, start to work on another one to help alleviate the concern of, I don't want to lose this pro. Because for me and what I've heard from a lot of other traders, that is a common thing where people get puckered up, and they're puckered up because they don't want to go through the test phase again. But in your back of your mind, if you know you don't have to go through the test phase again because you already have another pro just waiting to be activated, again at no extra charge, just waiting there, then that has helped me immensely. I don't know about Ryan Day going to the NFL. Past TP meant to tell you and got 2 funded at Apex. Good job, Grant. Now, 2 funded Apex is not really that impressive because with Apex, as soon as you pass the test, that's where the true test starts. Because then that's when all these rules kick in, and what is it? You have to go like 8 or 9 days. So Apex, yes, Apex, and I have a code for Apex, so I'm not saying Apex is bad. I'm just saying that's where Apex is a little, because we're like, well, Apex is better because they let you pass in 1 day. It's like, okay, well, that's the wrong question to be asking. In the prop firm world, the question you should be asking is how many days until I'm eligible for a payout? With Apex, sure, you can pass in 1 day, but you're not going to be eligible for a payout until like day 8 or 9. But with Take Profit Trader, yes, the test phase is a minimum of 5 days. But you can qualify for a payout on day number 1 of your pro account. So in all actuality, you could be eligible for a payout on day number 6. So remember, that is the question. As you do your prop firm research, how many days until I'd be eligible for a payout? Correct, yes. Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 funded accounts and copy trade up to 5 accounts. Copy trading, for example, let's say you have an account number 1 and you make a trade and it's $200. But then you copied it to 4 other accounts. So that means that this $200 trade, you only did it once, but it got copied over here. So yes, that one trade in that account made you $200, but because you got it in all these other ones, you actually now have $1,000 because each account made $200. Now, of course, that's a two-sided coin. If you make a bad trade and you lose your mind and go into degen mode and blah, 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 well, then now you're copying that to your other accounts. So it's give and take, but yeah, it can be very, very explosive in terms of gains. Some people, and I call it empire building, because there's going to be a point where ideally you'll have take profit trader, you'll have your 5 pros, you'll be a well-oiled machine, but you're like, I want to copy trade 10 accounts. Well, then at that point you could hop over, start to use another prop firm. I don't know if Mark is here, but Mark, I think, trades with 4 different prop firms. So he's always got different ones going. But again, Mark is also he is by no means a beginner prop firm trader. Yeah, that's what makes it cool, Jamie, because in simulator, you can get better fills. That's why a lot of people, they don't ever want to go to the live market. Because when you're in a simulator, the fills are a little bit more friendly. I'll admit, well, you know what, O'Leary? I have nothing but respect. If somebody can admit that they're wrong, hey, welcome to the club. There's nothing that is just pure intellectual humility, pure intellectual honesty, if you can admit to being wrong to something. So, water under the bridge, O'Leary. I know this is your second name on here, but hey, man, all good. I got nothing but respect for anybody that can admit to being wrong about something. It's the people where they're clearly wrong and they don't want to admit it and they keep trying to wiggle their way out of it. Those are the people that I'm like, you're making just life harder on yourself. So nothing but respect, O'Leary. Hopefully we'll see your name around here a lot more. Are the simulated trades only done during normal market hour? No, you can trade anytime. Now, when I say simulated, I don't mean you're like going back in time and doing like a replay mode, because then obviously you would know what's happening next. Like, it's just the environment is happening in a simulator, but it's still real-time data. Yes, you have to get to the buffer, and then, they require the buffer just like anybody else. All right, this looks like it could be a spicy trend line. Ooh, okay. You got to think that several people across the world have drawn in a trend line like that, and I make that comment because when a lot of people are watching the same levels and wondering the same thing, call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, call it whatever you want, it can produce some dynamic movement. So you got to think that a break right there could produce a break, some further follow through. Was able to make $4,500 using 2 pro accounts in 2 weeks, and today I passed 3rd account. I plan on buying another account over the weekend. Rinse and there you go, day trader. That's fantastic. Congrats, man. Like a lot of things investing, right? Investing is all about compounding. Same is true for prop firms. People want to compound, okay? Like I said, if your goal is let's just get 5 take profit trader pro accounts. Let's get some in the background. Okay, phase 1 complete. Now let's hop over to another prop firm and let's try to build out through there. Correct. I am only with take profit trader. Yeah, I'm not going to take the breakout here. Because think about how this is already a big move. This move started down here. Now it's all the way up there, and I'm going to buy when it's even more kind of overextended. Now, if this wants to get rejected, go sideways, and then make a move, I will take it there. Because take profit trader is all that I'm not copy trading right now. So I'm just going slow and steady. So at this point in my prop firm journey, I don't have any need to expand the empire. I am somebody that not a lot, but one thing I've been made fun of over the years is dude, you've been trading for this long and you're still just, and then they throw some sort of conservative thing at me. It's well, yeah, but did you ever consider that maybe that's why I have been around for almost 20 years? Because I'm not out there grand slam. I do like to take it slow and steady. I'm not saying that I'm just saying that I am pretty conservative at heart. I'm a very risk adverse person. I'm actually quite jealous of the Marks of the world. That dude's got 5 different prop firms. Dude's slinging around all kind. He's just built different than I am, and that's okay. So yeah, that's the main reason why I have no at this point in my journey, I have no need for any other prop firms. So I'm going to stick with the ones that just wanted to know the reason, but I'm up to 40 plus accounts. Yeah, to me that sounds crazy. I'm not saying you're wrong, but like to me, nah. Is there a time limit on the account? No, there's no time limit, but I say you want to pass the test within 1 month, because this fee right here is only during the test phase. After you pass, it goes away. There are no more monthly fees. And not to mention with the current code Clay, you get the 30% off, $0 activation fee, but then on your first payout, they'll refund this amount back to you. So in theory, you could be totally at a risk-free account because you have gotten all of your money paid back to you, including what you paid for the account. But yeah, I say aim to pass the test within 1 month. What is the test? Well, on the 50K, you've got to make 3,000, but don't lose 2,000, which is another nice thing, right? They're going to make you focus on risk management. So, but futures, what you may be, well, dude, I've never made 3,000 in a month before. I hear you, but I'm telling you right now, futures move and futures can move very quick. So I'm not saying it's easy to make $3,000. I'm just saying a month is plenty of time to hit that goal right there. So there is no time limit. Take as long as you want to pass the test. My whole point is to keep the math as skewed as much in your favor as possible. Aim to pass within 1 month, which again is plenty of time. Do you live stream every day? I live stream every day starting at 11 a.m. Well, usually I'm here a little early, but the latest I will be here Monday through Friday is 11 a.m. Eastern. So right there, I'm glad I did not buy that breakout, because as I was saying, at that moment when it was breaking out, think about how overextended it already was. You know, this breakout move actually started down here. So if you envision this as a rubber band, that rubber band's getting stretched and stretched and stretched and stretched and stretched, and then it just breaks through a key level and then snap. Hey Clay, how about CME Group offers free simulator? Would you? I'm not sure what that is. Is there a limit of how much you can make? Yeah, during the test phase, they have a 50% consistency rule, meaning, so test phase, profit target is 3,000. 50% consistency rule means in a single day, you can't make more than $1,500. That rule is there to prevent YOLOing, right? They don't want people to just show up, YOLO, get lucky and say, yep, see, I passed. It's like, well, wait a second. So you can only make 50% of your target during the test phase. So each day, you could only make $1,500 at most. Now, after you pass the test and get your pro account, get your racehorse, then you can make as much as you want. That rule goes away. Still watching, still waiting, commiserating. Say it ain't so. Name it. What was I just singing? You will expose your age if you get this right, okay? In fact, if you get this right, my guess would be you're at least 35 years old. Okay, Samuel. Okay, now you have to tell me your age too. If you're answering it, okay, all of you are right. Now tell me your age. Let's see if my theory holds up. I'm saying 35 or older. Oh, 30. Uh-oh. 52, 37, 36, 21. Okay, Samuel, so do you consider, I mean, that's like classic music. So you must be in a class like oldies. How sad is that? Like that song is considered an oldie now. That's wild. I was driving. My kids are freaked out right now. I found this channel, this radio station, and they just play like all the classics. Where like me and my wife, like during like when my wife and I were in high school. So we just start dancing around, acting, you know, like high schoolers, and they just like, they think they're shocked but hilarious. Like, wait, how do you guys know all the words? It's like, it'll be like this someday for you kids. Again, trying to be patient, trying to be disciplined, trying to see what it wants to do with this trend line here. So, no, you're not crazy if you're thinking, so I think it was here or here. I can't remember. I think here. I took a long off the two. Oh, we're coming back. Is the third time a charm? I don't know. You know, I'm plenty green on the day. We'll take another swing at it, see if we can get the bounce. All right. Little too aggressive on the scalpy scalp. If you followed my cursor, I was trying to bring it over here because you can do this on orders. So I was trying to bring it over here and then move it up a little bit more. But before I could do the action of moving up my order, you saw right there, it came up and took me out. So, well, looking like that might have been for a good thing now, seeing how it works. So yes, a scalpy scalp there, but in all actuality, should have been a little bit more. But I tried to make it more, but you saw I wasn't able to move it quick enough. But to be fair, maybe that worked out for the better. Seeing Mr. Brightside at the big... Oh, yeah, Mr. Brightside. Again, at this point, Mr. Brightside is considered like an oldie. Sad that Metallica... That's even like an oldie for me, because wasn't that like the 80s? I mean, I was born in 83, so I grew... But like, I've just joined your live. What do you need to do to be eligible to get a profit? Take profit? I don't... What country are you in, Jason? I'm guessing America? But what country are you in? What do you need to do to be eligible to get a take profit trader account? Really? I guess you need, well, you don't, they're open to a lot of countries. Clay, hear me out, maybe. Oh, Australia. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes, they are open to people in Australia. So all you would need to do is, that's all you need. I probably need to be 18. But yeah, this is open to Australia. This is the countries where you do not want to see your country on this list. If your country is on this list, then you cannot use Take Profit Trader. But yeah, here are the A's. There is no Australia. So yeah, just go there and buy one, and you're good. Hey, anybody that is enjoying, if we got 8 people out here, that'd be great. We're 8 likes away from always the big milestone, 200 likes. So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form and willing to hit that like button, it helps. It's amazing how much a little click of the mouse can do. So if you're able and willing, hit that like button. Well, nice bounce. Got tricky though, because it looked like for a second it was not wanting to care about that pink line anymore, but that's why you got to give things a little bit of wiggle room. I might try another long down here if it comes back down. Still watching this for a breakout, but dominant. I like 50Ks and 150Ks. 150K, there's a lot to like about that bigger drawdown. The trade Hawk Smash, like, thank you. Look at that, 215 likes. Thank you, everybody. I tried, but then they want to do like a phone call and all this stuff. I'm like, I don't really feel like going through all that. Like all these other prop firms, they just gave the code. So maybe I'll try again at some point. You got 150Ks, cool. Yeah. There's no right or wrong answer to that. Some people like the 25K, other people like the 100K, other people like the 150K. Hey, Versace. Five minutes, kind of sloppy right now. It's just got, so much stuff. You got the to be fair, good job bouncing off that 200 period moving average, but you have the 21 EMA there, the green line. But then up ahead, you have a pivot point. We have the trend line. We got the 50 period. We got the V. It's just, it's caught up in a very sloppy area of the chart right now, which makes this somewhat of a difficult, it's just not very clean right now when it's caught up in all this moving average. Does TPT have any, yeah, the deal right now is a great deal. I have an idea of opening a bank that backed by Bitcoin. Hold your money in Bitcoin and be given a debit card to make purchase in dollars. All right, man. Go for it. Make it happen. All the money you put in becomes Bitcoin and holds value instead of holding dollars that lose value. Well, I don't know. I mean, the dollar, let me put it this way. If the dollar budges like 1% in a day, that'd be considered pretty crazy. Like the dollar just lost 1% in a day. Bitcoin can lose 1% like in a couple hours. So I understand the argument, but the US dollar is way less volatile than Bitcoin. Hence its attractiveness. All right, continuing to come down. I mean, go for it, name. I don't know what it takes to open up a bank. I think you got to get like a bunch of regulations and stuff like that. But hey, man, you got an idea? Make it happen. But to protect your purchasing power here. Well, I don't know where here is. Are you in a country where your currency is dropping like 10% every day? All right. Well, again, that's where I hope nobody. So, I mean, I think it's probably safe to say that there is at least one person in the world that bought that breakout right there. They got stubborn for whatever reason. They got stubborn, held and hoped, and right now their dreams are just being destroyed on this movement right here. Probably at least one person. I mean, I've been there before, right? You buy the breakout, it doesn't break out, and then you get stubborn, and then you just get absolutely toast. I've been there. Mainly to get out of the fiat system. Yeah, no, I get the idea. Go for it. 20 years ago, 50 million in assets and 5 million in cash to open a bank in Texas. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to open a bank, 20 years ago, you needed 50 million in assets. To be fair to you, name, maybe you are just an absolute baller. I have no idea. No, I understand all that name. I'm just saying that the thing against Bitcoin right now is it's too volatile. That is the problem. Like, I'm not going to put all my money into something that one day could be 8% worth less, and the next day is maybe 10% more, and then the next day is, it's just too volatile. That's also why gold is solid, right? Because gold, like, think about it. If gold's up like 2% on the day, it's like record-breaking news. It is like headline news. Gold is up a whopping 2%. Why? Well, because gold is usually just kind of slow and steady, and it's just maintaining its value. But at the end of the day, if I don't have anything against crypto or Bitcoin. I just say diversify. That's my thing. I got some US dollars, I got some stocks, I got some farmland, I got some pieces of real estate, I got some private loans attached to real objects. I just try to diversify. I got a YouTube channel. I got Code Clay. Okay, name. Cool, man. Cool. What a bounce here. What a bounce. All gold's market cap is beyond top. Are futures affected by the Fed and other news? Yes. Yep. I missed what you said about the multiple accounts and how to do it. The copy trading? Yeah, so if you want to do it, again, with Take Profit Trader, you can you just buy 5 accounts. And then within Tradeovate, which is the platform, there's a function where you can group the accounts. So that just means all 5 accounts are going to trade at once. So whatever trade you're making on that one account, it is now being grouped together with those 4 other accounts. Again, a very, very explosive situation. You make one trade, you pull out $500, but you copied it. Well, now all of a sudden you got $2,500. But again, you go on tilt in that one account. Well, now you're copying that tilt to all those other accounts. Yes, you can group trade for evaluation. Yep. I don't know, Rajan. I don't copy trade a whole lot. Best place to purchase land in your opinion? Well, I'm a fan of just land. I don't know if it's about where to purchase land, but maybe what type of land would probably be how I question it. And in my mind, again, I'm not smart. I am a baboon, but farmland has always made the most sense to me. Because if you subscribe to the premise that people value their lives, okay, so if we can agree on this premise, people value their lives, that brings us to the next premise. What is required to keep people alive? Oh, well, food. Food is one of those things. And what does farmland produce? Food. So therefore, farmland can help keep people alive. Which is why the premise of do people value their lives? If you believe that people value their lives, then I think farmland makes sense. But again, I'm a baboon. I'm stupid. So I definitely don't take any advice from me. I'm an idiot. But if I was forced to choose, I would choose farmland. And also, worst case scenario, if like the world ends or something, then I can still use farmland because ideal it has good soil to, grow some food for I might become a vegetarian, but I can still grow some food for me and my family. But here in Iowa, there are these things called deer that are pretty delicious. Look at that, right off of the trend line again. Once more, I'm not taking that. I'm not buying that breakout. This move essentially, well, I take that back because there was a bit of a pullback here. Purchase the worst out on the street. If the price is right, don't build a new house on farmland. Worst idea ever. Yeah, yep. Buy in the ugly neighborhood. But I'm building a new house. Well, it could be farmland. Right now it's CRP. But there does also reach a point in life where it's not about the spreadsheet anymore. I am all for ROI, but there is also a point where I think life becomes about ROM. ROM. Return on memories. So yes, maybe not. Maybe I've never heard that. Maybe building a new house on farmland is the worst idea ever, but that's what I'm about to do. But I'm also not seeking maximal ROI at this point in life. I want some return on memories. I got plenty of other income streams to focus on the ROI stuff. Just stay in town. Are you what? Are you drunk? Stay in town, man. I want to go play out in the woods with my kids. Go play in the creek, do some hunting, do some gardening, raise some chickens. What kind of dented statement was that? Stay in town. If I use your code, I get to the latest. Yes. Code Clay gives you the current deal. By the way, I'm not being a jerk to Dozing to be. I mean, I know him. He's been around, so I'm just giving him a hard time. That's why I'm allowed to call him a dent. He understands. Oh, I see what you're doing. I got you. Just like my stay out of Iowa. I was the worst place ever. I get you. Sorry. It went over my head. My bad. Did you buy the land in Iowa or a different state? No, the land is in Iowa. Yeah, I now live in Iowa. We break ground on the homestead this spring. We got our pole barn built. Well, it's like 95% done. So the pole barn is done. But now the house begins in spring. So right now, somebody was like, man, are you in a room with 12-foot ceilings? No. I am in what I call the tuna can. I have no windows. That right there, that's not a window. It's like an air vent to the master bedroom. You need a dent counter. I don't know. I'm getting too many names. I'm calling people dents. I'm calling people baboons. To be fair, though, I call myself a dent. I call myself a baboon. So there's name calling to go around, even for myself. You look like in a basement. Yeah, not a basement. Nope, I'm actually upstairs in the tuna can. But in my perfect world, unrealistic, a year from now, you guys are going to be like, man, Clay, that's a cool office. But I probably won't be done by then. I've got 2 80-acre sections next to me I need to get bought. If I get them bought, I won't have any new neighbors for Oh, yeah, yeah, that's good motivation. All right, here we have beautiful breakout. Beautiful, beautiful breakout. Careful up here, though. This is the overnight high. Thinking about a potential short up around here, but I definitely want to wait for some confirmation. I'm not just going to blindly buy. Clay, prop firms are the only way for new traders like me. I learned it the hard way after losing 50K. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think it's hard to appreciate how powerful micro futures are and prop firms are if you don't have a reference point of those just not being around. Like I said, micro futures, truly a game-changing invention 4 or 5 years ago. Because before then, it was too sketchy. Like to send a beginner into NQ futures was nuts. Because NQ futures, man, they move and they move quick. But with that MNQs, the micro futures, look at that, right off that level. So that's a situation where I can't work with that. I wanted to see it come up here, putts around. But like if it's going to come up here, hit it, and then just go straight back down, for me, it's like, okay, well, I can't do anything with that. Now, had this sort of candle formed closer up around here, then fine. But for any of you that are like, Clay, dude, I'm just going to get short right there, brother. Hey, good job. You anticipated very, very nicely. I erred on the side of wanting some confirmation. Sean, two layers, Sean. Layer number one, I am with Take Profit Trader. So very, very quickly, if you go to the link at the top, you'll need to just select what purchasing power. Make sure to use code Clay, get the 30% off. After you do that, they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. What you see on my screen is Tradovate. So 2 layers to what I'm doing. Layer 1 in a prop firm. Take Profit Trader. Layer number 2, I am in Tradovate. Can you trade post market overnight, or do you have to close out every day? No, you have to be out. It's not for swing traders. Pam's Plant, again, Pam's Plant is the argument to day trade futures through a prop firm, is for the category of day trading for that reason. Because prop firms, you're not able to hold between sessions. So yes, you have to be all out of your trades at the end of each day. Each day, by the way, is 23 hours long because futures are open 6 days a week, 23 hours a day. Man, what a candle. What a candle. So I am even more so now interested in a short up around this area because that's these upper shadows, that's what that's representing. Upper shadows representing selling pressure. So up here you can see selling pressure had shown up before. And, in this same general area, looking like there's still some overall selling pressure right here. Keyword being looks like. I can't say that I know there's selling pressure. I'm just saying it's acting as if there is still selling pressure. Okay, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, in my ideal world, this candle closes green somewhere right up around here. The very next candle pops up a little bit, comes down, and then I'm grabbing it short. Okay, watch the timer here. When this timer goes to 0, a new candle will start to form. All right, let's go, folks. Okay, okay. Good, good. Now pop straight up. Pop straight up. There we go. Doesn't mean it'll work, but I like this setup. This setup has worked several times already today. All right. Oh, you finally didn't work, huh? I think that was my 4th one taking it. That's all right. That's all right. I'll do those setups all day long. First, but again, I'm in a way I'm glad that happened. I mean, I'm not happy, but from an educational standpoint, glad that happened. Because again, there are no setups that work 100% of the time. In fact, I could probably take it again. 52. I might try it again. Oh, no! I was just going to put my order in there. Too slow. Oh. Well, that also happens. Sometimes your timing is slightly off, and then when you realize, oh, maybe I should try again, you're just a slight bit too low, too slow. That's why these live streams are so complicated. Because that's kind of embarrassing. But at the same time, from like a teacher's perspective, I'm kind of glad that happened because that's a good teachable moment. That's a good learning, like just to remind people. But at the same time, like it's not fun to what happened. So I don't know. My futures contract looks weird. What contract should we be on? The MNQZ. Z is in zebra. The Z contract is what you should be on right now. Missed my entry by 1 point. Hey, you just saw it right there. I got stopped out, then tried to get back in, and then was too slow. And then look at this. Would have banked very nicely. But it happens, Rive. Welcome to the club. That is me a lot of times trying to enter like that. I am learning to use buy-sell buttons. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a buy-sell button. It just happens. Cobop. There's no way to get around. Some stuff just happens, and you can never get around it. It's just part of trading. Like something that I don't think will ever disappear for anybody. I think if you trade long enough, is like you think you're buying. I'll just use stocks. Like you're like, okay, let me buy 100 shares. But I don't know, something happens and you get turned on. All of a sudden you're like, wait, why am I in 300 shares? Or another one, that's something I think will always happen is you're wanting to get long, but you're just short for some reason. Or like, here's one. You think you're exiting, but then you add more. Give me a 5. Who's been there? You think you're exiting a trade, but all of a sudden you notice you just added more. Has anybody ever been there before? Give me a 5. I've definitely been. That's one. Like, all right, let me get out here. And then all of a sudden, how do I have more? So my point is this. Cobop, there are some things that like you'll never avoid. So like you're thinking like if I do the buttons, it'll help. No. That's just part of trading. Like we all have those baboon moments. And sadly, the baboon moments never go away. It's just part of trading. Like that's one thing that all traders can unite on. It's like, oh yeah, I've been there before. I meant to get long and then I got short. Or I meant to get short and then I'm long. Or I meant to add to the position. Here's another one. Okay, let me add to the position. Oh crap, I just took myself out of the position. I mean, those things just, they happen. Market looking like getting ready for takeoff. So are you long right now, Malik? I'm assuming you're long. Where are you long at? Fair enough, you think the market's getting ready for takeoff. So are you long? Not shocking to see where it's stuck right now. We've been talking about, we have this overnight high. So look at this. I mean, here was some fake breakout. There's a fake breakout. That's what has me worried. It's like, even if it breaks out, I mean, even if we have a little fake breakout right there, this thing also has a track record right now of fake breakouts. Let me be very clear. I'm not saying that if the price breaks out, it is therefore a fake breakout. No, there's no guarantees. I'm just saying it seems to be wise to consider the fact that any sort of breakout here could be a fake break. This one has the track record right now of fake breaking that area. So in other words, it's just, in my mind, it's not clean to just, okay, let me just wait for it to get above and then buy. It's like, if anything, I'm thinking about maybe a short. Like if it's a fake breakout, do you get short up around here and then play the move? But again, it could be a true breakout, which a loss is why risk management is the most important thing. I am on long. Okay, where's your stop at? Siham, you are long. Fine, where's your stop at? Long. Hey, who is that? Hot Films. I like that. Gave us an entry and a stop loss. Love it. So it costs $119. The current deal is supposedly until Saturday or Sunday, excuse me. And now they'll run another promotion. I don't know what the next promotion is, but the current promotion ends on Sunday. All right, I like that. Noblet Tex. Clay, what's the difference between buying 3NQ versus buying 30 MNQ? That's the same. That is the same. 10 MNQs are the equivalent of 1 NQ. Is it better to do that? I mean, I think NQs make more sense because, like, if you do NQs, you can't buy half contracts, right? Like, you can't buy a half of an NQ. But you can buy 10 MNQs, which is the equivalent of one NQ. So, therefore, you can scale out. Or, you know, like I said, that's why I like 5 MNQs. 5 MNQs is actually half of one NQ. So I guess if I were, I would say 30 MNQ because, but then again, I don't know your strategy. Like if you're looking to scale out, then yeah, 30 MNQ would be better because you could scale out with a lot more flexibility. MNQ fees will eat you up. No, they won't. Not with Take Profit Trader, they won't. That is one thing I learned, I think, earlier this week about Take Profit Trader. They have dirt cheap. The fees are the exact same as NQ. It is on an MNQ, 25 cents per contract to buy, 25 cents per contract to sell. So 50 cents round trip. Same as NQs. NQ is $2.50 to buy per contract, $2.50 to sell per contract. So $5 round trip. So I know from what my understanding, Pete, other prop firms, yeah, MNQs becomes very difficult because of the fees. But people are like, no, that's one of the other great things about Take Profit Trader is you can actually scalp MNQs without having it eat your lunch from commissions. All right, we got quite the move down here. Look at that, right off the 21 EMA. Holy smokes. If you're not a regular around here, we like the 21, or I like the 21 EMA. But let me be very clear, I'm not saying that 21 EMA is perfect. Yeah, exactly, Peach. So that is one of the things that, like I said, I literally just learned earlier. Just when I didn't think Take Profit Trader could get any better, then I learned about that. And I was like, oh, really? I just assumed the fees were the same across the board. Well, I mean, apparently, Peach does. I can see fees mattering. Like, there is a point where fees are like, wait, that's just a crazy amount of fees. Like, it makes becoming profitable very hard. So, yeah, I don't think there's... to answer your question, who cares for fees? I don't know, smart people? People that are trying to work efficiently? I like the 21 EMA on my 2-minute and 5-minute. All right. We have the back test of the breakout point right now, kind of a nice. So what I'm wondering, is this going to be the classic? So here's the breakout. Is this going to be a back test and go? So maybe try a long here. Do you pay monthly for the platform? No. Nope. Once you pass the test, you have the and get to the pro account, there are no more monthly fees. You still have real-time data, but no more monthly fees. You never heard someone think of it. Well, I mean, that's kind of a slippery slope of logic. I've never heard anybody talk about this, therefore it's not. I'm not saying that this is what you're saying. But yeah, that's a little dangerous thinking of, well, I've never heard anybody talk about it, therefore it's not important. It's like, well, I don't know about that one. Wow. What a pullback here. All right, let's get this line out of the play. Well, to any of you shorts up here, congratulations. You had to sit through a little bit of turbulence, but you got paid. Yeah, there's no real-time data fees. There are no more fees. Again, Take Profit Trader. This amount includes all the data fees and everything. Once you pass the test, this goes away. There is no more per month anything. That's all you will have spent is $119, but you still do get real-time data fees and all that. I can think of it, it's a live account, but not on... Well, I'm telling you right now, Dominican, apparently some props have way higher commissions. Malik, my friend, you were earlier. Malik, my friend. I think you're the dude, weren't you? Market look like getting ready for takeoff. Come on, Malik. Come on, man. I hope you had a stop loss in. Did you have a stop in, or did this move down and just roast your account? Did you lose your account there, Malik? I assume what you were saying long up there. I'm going to have to look into it, but all I care is for net P&L overall. And that's great, but I mean, obviously if fees are more in your favor, that net P&L that you care about are also going to be more favorable, right? The more favorable fees are to you, the more favorable the thing you care about is going to be, which happens to be the P&L. So yeah, I think it would be wise to take a look into it. Makes sense to me. Thinking of a long here. Maybe I'm getting greedy, but on the 5-minute here, 5-minute here. Let's see if we can drop down to the pink line right there. So that's what I'm watching. We'll watch it on the two. Actually, let's see. What is the value of that pink line? 716. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm going right there. I'm gonna try to anticipate a little bit. Get long at the green line. If it dumps, well then that will not be pleasant. What do I do to get TradingView to trade on? Thought I saw that as a... Yeah, you would just I'm not sure exactly, but yes, you are correct. One of the choices for the platform is indeed TradingView, if you like that. I can't really speak too much of it because I use Tradovate. But yeah, you can definitely use TradingView if you want. You will be billed every 30 days until subscription is canceled. Correct. Right. So as soon as you pass, it will not bill you again because it will be your test account is canceled at that point because you've passed the test, and then you have a pro account. Definitely going up now. Oh boy. So where are you in at? We got somebody talking in guarantees. I'm new to the channel. Why do you use the 2-minute? Well, what time frame do you use, Mr. Be Generous? I promise I'm answering your question by asking you these questions. What time frame do you use? How long it takes to pass the test? Well, that's up to you. You can take as long as you want, but I say pass within 1 month, so you don't have to pay that fee all over. Whoever guarantees moves is definitely, yes, they're either new or they're, they lack the ability to self-validate. Patient trader, a longtime Ahmad here, his daughter is a psychoanalyst. So I was like, can you ask your daughter about why do people show up and make the guaranteed statements, with their end goal so they can show up and say, I told you so? I was like, why do people do that? And he said, well, because his daughter's like, they don't have the ability to self-validate. So they're looking to be able to try to get validation from others. 1 minute and 5 minute. Okay, so Mr. Why do you use the 1 minute? Why do you use the 1 minute? Any advice on getting better with over trading? Well, I think you probably need to have higher quality setups. All right, well, looking like this one is... So I did get too greedy. I wanted to get long down here, hoping it would get down there before the bounce, but as you see now, no, it's bouncing. So too greedy on that one. Never mind. It's so hard to admit that these markets are not predictable. It's all probabilities. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There are no guarantees. Trading is all about managing the unknown. You got to be able to manage the unknown, aka manage that risk. I'm actually dying laughing. I know Clay does it in good faith, but putting the guy on the spot is killing me. I know Clay does it in good faith, but putting the guy... I'm not... Putting me on the spot in regards to what? Either way, I'm glad you're laughing. I'm glad I can provide some entertainment. We are going up, down, or sideways. Correct. Thanks, Mr. Clay. High quality and waiting for now. I can identify. I use MACD and the 1 minute reduces leg and say, okay, so I don't want to speak for you, but is it safe to say that you use the 1 minute because the 1 minute helps you to implement your strategy better? Is that a fair way of saying that, Mr. Be Generous? Yes, I have payouts. Take profit trader. They do pay. I would understand people's skepticism if Take Profit Trader just started last week and they're based out of Somalia, but Take Profit Trader does have a track record. So yes, they do pay. I've been paid by them. Okay. So so same exact. That's why I use the 2 minute. The 2 minute helps me to implement my strategy better. So that's why. No, I didn't psychoanalyze your comment. Patient trader's daughter psychoanalyzed it. Gotcha. Yeah, you're welcome. Howdy, Clay. How dented in the... Oh, the chat's been great today. All right, here we go. Here we go, folks. Let's see what happens here. That was oh my goodness. There are some people cursing the markets right now. You know that brought in longs, thinking, okay, here we go. And then to get a... Ooh, that's rough. Clay's cooking. I don't know about that. I might be about to get cooked. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes you do the barbecuing, other times you are the barbecue. I'm not, because to me that 55 area was resistance. I'm not sure you're not what? Rive, dude, you know the rules around here. That's not how this flies, brother. You don't show up after the fact and tell us everything. That's not how it works, brother. You know better than that. Yeah, okay. I am apparently a greedy pig. Because as I was saying on the 5 minute, I wanted that pink line. Let's see if we can do this. Look, whoops. Oh, so close. Oh, so close. That pink line did not hit. And then even over here, that pink or the purple line, oh, so close, did not hit. Look at that little tease. So in hindsight, should I have just bought right there? Of course, I should have just bought right there. That's hindsight trading. But oink, oink is me, I guess, on that one. The pink line represents the 200 period simple moving average. The purple line right there represents the 50 period simple moving average. Hey, have a good one, Pure Tone. I mean, I feel stupid. I feel like, oh, I was greedy. But in all actuality, no. I stuck with my plan. I said that's what I wanted as my entry, and it just didn't happen. So, yeah. Because here's the thing. I would not be calling myself greedy if the price came down here and then bounced right off it. I'd be like, man, good job. You nailed that. If the price had come down here and just went straight down, I'd be like, man, I'm glad I bought a little lower than where I would have bought, because at least my loss was slightly lower. Yes, dash yellow line right here is the VWAP. Correct. Commiserating. I think I got to try a long down there, though, again. Maybe we'll get a good laugh of it. So I tried to buy a couple times, was not able to get filled. Will this be the time when I am able to get filled, where it flushes? Maybe. Maybe the market's going to make me the butt of the joke here. Won't be the first time, won't be the last. How do we identify support and resistance? Well, that's not really a question that can be talked about here. I mean, I could, not in any sort of justifiable way. 119, that's expensive. I get it cheaper. Well, see, that's a problem. If all you care about is price and prop firms, you're gonna get yourself in a situation where you think you're paying a low price, and then you pass the test, and they're like, oh, now you want to activate $150 or whatever. So Wisdom Wallace, you are you are going to be in for some surprises. Not to mention the current deal right now, the 119, they will refund back to you. The current deal right now, the Black Friday, Cyber Monday deal is upon your first payout. So let's say you qualify for a $200 payout. They'll send you the $200 and $119. But even if that were not the case, you're not trying to get the best, lowest price. You're trying to get a good payout policy. You're trying to get a good, clean set of rules. That's what you're ultimately after in the prop firm space. I blew 3 accounts already. 3 accounts is nothing. Like, that is truly nothing within the world of prop firms. Again, I don't want to get all, like, back in the day, but what do I mean by 3 accounts is nothing? Keep 119. That's the cost to buy 1 account, $119. Okay. Now let's look at this. Here's a trade I made before I started doing prop firms on options. If you look right there, I lost $4,500 in one trade because I was a total baboon. $4,500 gone. Let's do a little math very, very quickly. So remember that 119. That 119 was the amount for account, for one account. So I lost 4,500. Let's divide that by 119. In one single trade, I did the equivalent of roasting 37 accounts. So for those of you out there like, man, I've roasted 5 accounts, I give up. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? You're going to give up after 5 roasted accounts. Again, before prop firms and all that, and that one trade roasted 37 accounts in one trade. And if I remember right, that trade lasted like 3 minutes. So that's why I say, again, I'm going to sound old, but you kids, I don't think you know how good you kids have it with the prop firms. Like, that is, so this is what I try to tell people. Now, if you're blowing up accounts and you're just like laughing about it, hey, Legion trade, you do that again, you're gone. Code Clay, Legion trades. Now, I don't think you meant anything malicious by that, but don't be spamming other codes in here. But so if you are blowing accounts, roasting accounts, and you're like laughing about it, I say, okay, well, what'd you learn? I don't know. Okay, that's a red flag. That is a red flag. That's not good. But if you're learning, you feel like you're making progress with each blown account, then, and you're like, man, I've blown 10 accounts. I need to just give up. Dude, wait, what? Are you learning? Well, yeah, but it's 10 accounts. That's nothing. Again, in that one trade, and I've done a lot of other baboon trades over the years, but in one trade before prop firms, one trade, the equivalent of 37 roasted accounts. So again, be hard on yourself. Be annoyed. Be frustrated when you blow an account. All I'm saying is don't go too far. Don't swing too far on the spectrum and give up. Because I'm telling you, that's the power of prop firms. Is of blowing accounts, it's just, that's part of the learning. You are learning in a controlled environment. So if I pay the 119, if I lost 2K, will I lose the account? Yes, like any prop firm. You don't lose $2,000. You only lose the account, which means you're out 119. But again, wisdom, you are chasing the wrong thing within the prop firms. Hey, thank you, Jocko. For how long we'll be able to use your account? You mean my code? You can use the code Clay forever. But again, if you are seeking, I want the dirt cheap prop firm price. Okay, I understand up front it may seem lower, but then you have to consider, okay, well, what other fees you're going to have to pay along the way? Are there activation fees? Are there monthly fees to keep it active? What does the rule book look like? Is it like really complicated? Are you going to get denied payouts because you're breaking all these rules? Do they have, what's their payout process look like as a whole? Again, that's where Take Profit Trader, clean set of rules, very, very straightforward. Great payout policy. In the pro account, you can request daily payouts. Other prop firms, you can't do that. Wait, what do you mean other prop firms I can't request daily payouts? That's just how they're set up. But Take Profit Trader, you can. So, but if you're all you're after is, I want the lowest amount, okay, that comes with strings. My thoughts are what I'm about to do to that message. Delete. Those are my thoughts on that one. How many units should I trade on the 50 account? Yes, I have to pay monthly. No, you don't. No, you don't. You do not have to pay monthly. Only if you can take as long as you want to pass the test. But that's why I keep saying, everybody, aim to pass within 1 month. Because after you pass, then this fee goes away. There are no more fees in the pro account. Clay, Bobe, banana, fana, fofay, me, my, mome. Thank you. All right, we're going back to maybe along here. Again, this is where if I buy, yeah, I'm glad. I don't want to be the fool. My ego. This is an ego trade right now. I did not want to be the fool that tried to buy a couple times and didn't quite get filled. And then the time where I do get filled, it turns out to be a loser. Looking like that was a good play, though. But that was a total ego trade. That was a pride trade. I didn't want to look stupid. I admit it. I should have tried, even though it would have been a losing trade. The reason why I didn't try was bad. Because that was my ego and pride. Clay, don't look stupid, man. Don't look stupid. Don't let people laugh at you. What a stupid reason that was on my part. Because at the end of the day, the people that would have laughed at me anyways are living in their mom's basement. So in other words, what I need to confess, I just allowed people that live in their mom's basement to affect the trading decision. That's really sad on my part. That's pathetic, actually. You have to trade once a week for a minute. That is just not true at all. You do not have to trade anything for a minute. If you watch this live stream, you've seen trade after trade after trade where I do not hold for a minute. And I have not had any payout denials from Take Profit Trader. Nor I've ever heard of anybody getting a payout denial because they did not hold for at least a minute. Is there a consistency rule? No. Pro accounts, no consistency rule. And in the test phase account, the only consistency rule is whatever your profit target is, you can't make more than 50% of that in a day because they don't want people YOLOing. But yeah, once you get into the pro account, no consistency rules at all. I've held trade for 20 seconds and have gotten paid. Yeah, exactly. So is the 50K best? I say start with the 50K, Brad, but you may ultimately end up on, I don't know, the 75K you think is best. There's no right or wrong answer in that regard. It's just kind of got to do what best fits you. Most props say you have to be in 5-second trades. Yeah, that exact. Again, with Take Profit Trader, there's no scalping rule. If you want to be in and out in 2 seconds, then be in and out within 2 seconds. Once more, that is why I think Take Profit Trader is the king of the mountain, the clean set of rule book, or the clean rule book. Yeah, that could be it, Cash. You do have to make one, unless you email them. All right. Maybe along here taking shape. I want to see how this candle finishes. This candle will be done in just a moment. Okay, good. Now I want to see this one come straight down. I don't want to see it come up and down. I'll try right there. Stop right there. There we go. Trying to get long right here. A stop will be the red line. Again, long at the green line, stop is at the red line. Move it down a little bit more. There we go. All right, let's see if it wants to play ball. If it dumps, well, then this will be a losing trade. But it's bounced off this range 2 times before, right? That's what these lower shadows are representing. 2 previous times it was down here, it has bounced. On the 5-minute, we also have the pink line here, that 200 period moving average. Again, none of this means it's guaranteed to bounce, but I think there's a possibility it could bounce. Okay, I'm in. Whoa. That was close to my stop. All right, I'll just use a mental stop right now. I got one out, so could still be a losing trade, but I was able to at least lock out one in profit. I have another target right here. Okay, that's good. Okay, good. And then I'll put my next right here. So this will be a green trade. If it wants to bounce from here, great. If not, I'll be stopped out. But this will be a green trade now no matter what. So I'm in a good spot. I have no idea how much money I'm going to make because I don't know how high this wants to go. Maybe it doesn't want to go up any further, but all I know is my stop is above my entry, so this will indeed be a green trade. And this is what we call the sweet spot of trading. My only stress right now is how much money am I going to make, right? Because think about it. I don't know how high this might want to bounce. Therefore, logic says I don't know how much I'm going to make. Now, I like being in that spot where my only unknown is how much money am I going to make, brother? Yes, I live stream every day starting at 11 a.m. Eastern. I'm only looking at daily candles now, less noise. Okay, well then you're not really a day trader anymore. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, if you're only going to look at daily candles, that's fine, but you're not a day trader. You're like probably a swing trader. All right, stopped out there. So nice little trade. At the end of the day, I was positioned to take advantage. Had this thing decided to just all of a sudden start to, go like that, I was ready to join or enjoy the ride, but it didn't. Careful going long. Hey, man, I went long. Worked out. It's actually a good short. Well, then get short. Where are you getting short at and where's your stop at, Brad? If you think it's a good short, define that for us, please. Again, this is why I'm not a fan of broad statements. It's a good short. What is that? That doesn't mean anything. But if you give us an entry point and a stop loss, then we can actually see what you define as a good short. So come on, Brad. Come on, brother. And even if you're wrong, even if the trade plan you give us turns out to where you'd have been stopped out, that's okay. Join the club. We're all wrong from time to time. But at least you had the courage to give a trade plan and not just use broad statements. Go long. Hey, this is a good long. Hey, it's going to explode. This is a good none of that means anything. Ben short at 30. Seeing it goes down. Sorry, just tuned in. Gotcha. Short right here. Noted. I like it. Noted. He says 725. Well, I don't like that. Where's your stop at, dude? All right, I'm officially scared for noted. He knows how to get in, but apparently he doesn't manage risk. I don't know. Is it good to add stop loss and take profit? Well, I mean, it is good to manage risk. So yes, stop losses are pretty important within the world of risk management. And the secret to day trading has 5 points. Okay, well, so your stop is at what, 30? Okay. All right, you're about to get stopped out here. Be ready. Be ready. He's holding on. Noted's holding on by the skin of his teeth. Looks like his stop is slightly above VWAP there. Well, you blew it up because of the drawdown or because you were too aggressive, JT Moon? I would submit you, sounds like you got too aggressive. So that would be the issue. Go long. This is a good long. It's also a good short. So good. I see what you did there. Yes, impatience. I was up one. Okay, well then don't blame the drawdown, dude. Again, if you want to solve problems, you've got to identify the proper problem. If you don't identify the proper problem and you identify a not problem, but you work on this not problem, well, then you're actually not solving the problem, right? So JT Moon, I would just stop talking about the drawdown. You got too aggressive and you were impatient. Those are the problems right there. Your impatience and aggressiveness. Welcome to the club. I think we all probably suffer with that. But, if you're going to improve as a trader, if you're going to become a consistent trader, you'll have problems. Welcome to the club. But the secret is, are you identifying the right problems so that you can fix them? Why move stop right away? Well, because I wanted it to be green. I mean, again, I think you have a little hindsight confirmation bias. Because let's say I'd moved up my stop, I'd gotten stopped out, and then that happened. Now, be honest, maybe not. But hands burn. Would you be asking that same question if that had happened? Would you have said, man, why did you move up your stop so much? If that would have happened, if it would have just cratered. Or would you have been like, hey man, good job with that stop. Way to get his, way to lock in those profits as best as possible. How do you deal with tilt? I put myself in a timeout. And for those of you that have been here a long time, you'll know that usually, I don't know if Kyle's here, but Kyle's usually the timekeeper. I'm like, all right, timeout for 15 minutes, and then I'm not allowed to trade for 15 minutes. All right, who got stopped out there? Somebody got stopped out there. I don't remember. But anyways, good try, good try. Be disciplined, whoever that was. Noted, I think. Yeah, noted. Me. All right, hey, that happens. Again, nothing but respect to Noted. He actually, or she, had the courage to give an entry point and a stop loss. None of this broad statement stuff. So shout out. Nothing but respect. I have a dog for... Hey, the dog lovers aren't going to like that one. I'm up 9:45. Good, congrats. And good job just being disciplined on that one. You can't get them all right. Hey, chump change. Well, you had already made some profit on the trade. Correct, I'd made some profit on the trade, yes. Right, yeah. I'd already made profit, and I wanted to make sure that it was officially an overall green trade. But again, what I'm also suggesting to you is you have to be careful of hindsight confirmation bias. Had the price... So I realize right now, how I manage that looks kind of stupid. I'm well aware. But my point here is that the only reason why it looks stupid is because, well, we now know what happened. My point is, let's say after I'd gotten stopped out, the price would have done something like that. I don't quite know if people would have been saying, man, you played that pretty stupid. No, I think people would have been like, man, you played that smart, right? Why? Well, because we all have hindsight in our favor now. But at that exact moment in time, which is why trading is hard, yeah, I didn't know if this was about to happen or if it was going to go back up. So at this time in the day, I wanted to lock in gains, protect my gains. So you got to be very careful about, making judgments about your own trades in hindsight. Because if hindsight confirmation bias is a way for you to end up with a strategy that's got 4,000 rules to it. Because every time you take a trade and you lose, let me go find it. Wait, what? I was kind of like Linda's thing. I betted as much as I could. She sent a pic. What do we make of this? All right, let me... This is a new one. I'm guessing a scam, but I guess... Huh? Like I said, I don't want... How do I do this? Oh, there we go. Okay. I just had this come in. I was contacted by Lisa Seymour FX. Okay. I vetted as much as I could. She sent a pic of her and her husband, but a good hacker could probably do that. Is that... I have no idea what it... I don't know. I have no idea why I'm just going to say sounds like a scam. Sounds like a scam. Again, I don't know what I have to do with any of that, but there we go. I'm just going to say sounds like a scam. So if you had not moved your stop, the trade would have been a loser. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not that good with math. It would have been less of a green trade. It would have been a green trade still. I don't know how big of a green trade, but I don't want to give back any gains at that point. Clay, does anyone ever ask you about your streaming setup? I don't think so. I don't know if anybody's asked me about that. I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. There's my answer. Maybe, probably not. I don't know on the specs. All I know is let's see. So this is who built my computer, Easy Trading Computers. So I'll just do this. It's a guide, free guide. This is not an affiliate. If you sign up with them and have them build you a computer, I don't get anything from it. Full disclosure, but he did build my computer and is like, hey man, if you like it, would you mind sharing a guide with people? I said, sure. And yes, I'm very pleased with it. Do I know the specs? No. But I've had it, I don't know, for like 7 months now, and it's a rock star. Stop yelling at me, Brian, you dent. Isn't that a shame noted? It stops noted out and then dumps. How much, if it moves from 730 to 740, how much profit do you take from that? Well, that would depend on how many contracts the person had. How much does he charge for the winning computer? Oh, I don't know. But yeah, you can. I think he's got one package called the guarantee, which means if you get it, you're just guaranteed to make money. They hunted me. Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened. Bill and Tom in their cubicles were like, hey, we're going to hunt that dude right there. That's exactly what happened, without doubt. I guess it might have been Steve and Sam, but I think it was Tim and Tom that hunted. I don't think Steve and Sam are working today. Oh, all right, never mind. I was going to put in a short right here, see if it wanted to bounce back up and then come down, but nope, it just kept dropping. All right. Maybe a long down around here. Let's actually get this. Do I have any yellow? No. Let's get that marked out. Could be a worthwhile area. There we go. We'll keep an eye. Oh, there's the bounce back up to that area, but that's where I got my laptop from 5 years ago and done very well. Cool. Yeah, exactly, Travis. That seems like by far the most plausible thing. Hey, we are 3 likes away from 250 likes. Everybody loves those nice round numbers. So if you're here and enjoying in any way, if we got 3 of you that could hit that like button, that would be appreciated. I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but hitting the like button, it does help. So thank you in advance if you can help us get up over, or at least get to the 250 mark. If you liked already, I appreciate it. I realize everybody's limited to 1 like, but hey, whoa, 261. We got I don't know. I kind of want to, hey, 273. Do we push? Maybe we got to squeeze up to 300. Wow. Do we got a short squeeze in the likes right now? I think we got a short trap in the likes. Oh, somebody just got irritated. They just took one out away. Ooh, somebody's upset. Sorry. Buy? I don't know about that. You might be right. But this has been kind of nasty. Cool, man. Glad you've been enjoying. So I signed up for a 50K account. How do I get the interface to connect or just take profit? Yeah, you'll want to here, watch this, Brad. This video will help. There you go. This is probably bad. This is probably bad live stream etiquette because now I'm driving away a viewer. That's not good. So this is me being a dent right now. Trump is talking, I believe. What do you mean by that? What do you mean you believe? That seems like something that you would know. Is Trump talking? Or you mean like maybe you're watching like AI or something? I just right now, we're getting layered A. I don't want to be getting stuck in some sort of like chop. If this is what's going to turn into a chop fest, I'm not for it. Yeah, over here I have another monitor with other time frames. I understand that. I understand the perception that like all I look at is this chart right here. But every time I tilt my head and I'm looking over here, I have another monitor with other time frames. So I am consulting other time frames. Yes, he thinks Trump is talking. I don't know if he is or not. Well, no, he said he believes. I believe he's talking. Maybe he's watching a clip and he's just saying, I'm not sure if this is a clip or if this is actually him talking. That could be it. I don't know. Don't see Trump on... So, Rive, what makes you believe that, Rive? I have a hard time trading the last hour of the day. Do you? I don't trade the last hour of the day. As soon as the live stream ends, well, let me take it back. To say I never is an absolute... Sometimes I will. Rarely, but I do. But yeah, I normally do not trade the last hour. I got a Trump live notification. Guess it lied to me. Oh boy. What does that mean? A Trump live notification? What's that? All right. I'm going to get short here, but this is a very bad... I don't want to say a bad trade, but like there's a very real threat that I'm going to get chopped up. I got a couple... Come on, hit that first target. Oh, don't play the tease game. Well, the scalpy scalp was there. Come on, at least hit that first target. I'm short. There we go. That's good. Okay, my stop is in green territory. Oh, come on. Again, this will be a green trade no matter what now, but let's see if it wants to give me some more. There we go. Got that one. That's good. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Go down. Go down. Hit. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Come again. Let's go for that yellow line now. See if I can get that. That would be great. That would be crazy if I get that one too before stopping me out. Either way, it'll be a green trade. I'll just move my stop down as it goes. Let's move it down a little bit more. What did that? That would be nuts. Are you really going to go down? It doesn't look. No, it's not. Keep coming down, brother. Keep coming down, brother. Nope, that's going to stop me out, I bet. Yeah, out. All right, there we go. That one worked out nice. I'll take it. Anybody else short? Anybody else go short on that? Give me a 2. Please don't tell me I was fully alone on that one. Come on, brothers. Okay. I like it. It's boring to be in a trade all alone. That's boring. No, I cannot explain my thought process on the last trade. My friend, right here. What I'm doing is not rocket science. Let me be very clear on that. But there are several pieces that go into it. The pieces are not in and of themselves complicated, but there are many pieces. So no, this is not really the scope for me to give an adequate deep dive into every little angle that I was looking at. I do have a mentorship program. I hate to talk about it because people get upset. So, but the only reason why, to give a little more context, like I'm not trying to skirt the issue, but I am trying to skirt it because I can't really, this is outside of the scope of what I'm looking to do here. All I'll say is I thought it wanted to go down. That's all I'll say. That was my thought process. I think this thing wants to go down. Switched to prop 2 months ago, and now I have 5 live TPT guns with 7 in reserve for 1. Nice. I love it. Noted. Got the racehorse model going. That's good stuff there. Maybe a short right here if it comes back down, but what I'm a little scared of with that, if this is some sort of range, I don't know if I want to be entering. Now, to be fair to myself, if I'm right and this is the range and I get short there, well, that'd be a nice little profit target first. And then if it actually breaks down through, that's cherry on top. But it could also just be, I mean, you're kind of, if you, don't diddle in the middle. If you've heard of that one, that's kind of diddling in the middle there a little bit too. Listen, Hansborough, if you're looking to like put me in, right now you've gone into FBI mode. You've shoved me into a dark corner. There's a light over my head and you're just like grilling me with stuff, which is fine. But that's the whole point of my mentorship program. So I'll give this to you. I don't know what kind of person you are. Some people are highly offended when others try to monetize their time. I don't know if that's your category. If you are, don't click on that link. But if you understand that time is a valuable commodity and you're not offended if people try to monetize it, well then, yeah, click on the link. Consider it. So on that one, a short would have been bad, but you got to remember, confirmation. I was only willing to get short if it came back down to that level, which it never did, so I would have never been in short to begin with. Once again, I'm not saying that waiting for confirmation is the holy grail, because sometimes waiting for confirmation, holy smokes, okay. That's a nice bounce. Holding still, support at 710, 720, break above 7, we'll look for a squeeze. All right, I think you gave a trade plan ahead of over up no Blex. What was his trade plan? I know you had a comment somewhere, no Blex. I'm not finding it, but pretty sure you gave a trade plan ahead of time. Not offended at all. Good job. Well, click on the link. That is a link to my mentorship. Which, like I said, I don't talk about it on here unless people kind of bring it up or kind of hint like that they seem to be wanting to learn. Just some idiot, just some idiot on YouTube. Well, hello, just some idiot on YouTube. At least there's 2 of us here, because I'm also an idiot. Which is why I use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Some people out there, they have really cool sounding things. They got cool little abbreviations. They got all kinds of stuff. I'm just not that cool. I'm not that smart. I'm like, can I have some candlesticks, please? Give me some moving averages, maybe some trend lines. Indeed, I'm a fellow idiot. That stupid gold trade. Why did I do that? What has gold been up to? That red looks so nasty down there. Let's see if I can get it back to green. I'm kidding. Don't do that. Ooh. Oh. I don't know. Short here, stop above there. If it rolls over, you're looking at a nice RVR. I mean, I'm not going to do it, but I'm not calling anybody crazy. There's already a track record right there rejecting. So that orange line is the previous session close. But yeah. Short around here, stop somewhere up there. If you get the rollover back down to here, relative to what was being risked, you could be looking at a nice upside potential. You trade, no, options are pure and utter mathematical garbage. Day trading options mathematically makes 0 sense. Not only do future contracts move better, but futures contracts do not have theta. Option contracts do have theta. If you're a day trader of options and you're like, what's theta? That's bad. That's a red flag. You have not studied enough. Please stop if you do not know what theta is. Oh, I got it. Just a minute. just heard the car start up, and I don't know if my wife's running an errand. In fact, I'll just text her real quick. I don't know if she is. This text is going to get a little dirty, so let me put this on mute real quick. I got some dirty things to say. All right, there we go. There we go. Whew. Hide the children. She might be pregnant for number 7 after that text. I was definitely on mute. I know I was on mute, you goombas. No, I was muted. Your wife took... Yeah, no. That'd be way better if I could say my wife took the skid steer out for a spin. I want a skid steer. I'm getting a homestead, man. What do I need to land? Uh-oh. The audio stream's current 0 is lower. Hello? What does that mean? The audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended. We recommend audio... Can people hear me? Okay. I don't know. I got some weird recommendation or suggestion about the bitrate for the audio. Okay. NQ is playing games right now? I mean, I don't know. How did you identify what futures tickers to focus on? Good question. No, that's the nice thing about futures is you basically trade the same, not basically, you do. You trade the same 1 or 2 things every day because the same things every day give you multiple opportunities. So if you're just getting started into futures, I would say start with MNQ. After you feel more comfortable with MNQ, you can try its big brother, NQ, but NQ is no joke. NQ will make you rich or send you under a bridge real in a hurry. Because NQ, it moves. The current audio, what? Why? What does that mean? How do I... Settings. Bitrate. How do I do that? Audio? Bitrate. Sample rate. I have no idea what I'm looking... Where did that even come from? Why does it keep doing that? I guess I won't worry about it. You guys said you can hear me. And it usually works out for me. Yeah, option selling can be good until those moments where it doesn't work out. Again, this is going to sound like I'm getting dirty. I'm actually not. Especially when you're selling options naked. I know, that's actually a lingo. I know I exaggerate and get goofy, but like that's actually real lingo. Yep. But selling options naked is like one of the... I like to say, well, usually it works out. Yeah, that's a problem with selling options. When it doesn't work out, it can get bad. But yes, regardless, most people, day traders, they're not selling options. They're buying them. Why don't you trade on TradeView? Well, why do you trade on TradeView? I promise I'm asking the question, or I'm answering your question by asking you that question. Why do you trade on TradeView? All right, we have to go for it. I'm just going to ask. 10 likes and we hit 300. Do we have 10 likes out there? That would be quite the milestone. If you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, and if you're willing to hit that like button, please do so. I do the wheel strategy on companies I don't know owning, so... Okay, well then that's a totally different thing, Justin. I am saying day trading options is not smart. What you just described with the wheel strategy is not day trading. That's like a swing trading or investing thing. Those are different categories. My claim about day trading or about options is day trading options, aka in the day trading category. That is garbage. Oh, you're all good, Reno. Thank you for the like. Look at that, 318. Boom. Oh, you're from Investors Hub, huh? Yeah. Hey, buddy. Yeah, come on in. Hi. Hi. Yeah, you want to come up here again? Second time today, huh? What were you doing?
Hey, Dad. We were putting on cards because there's snow moving. Hi, Dad.
It's snowing right now?
Yeah.
It's not. It's snowing or there's snow out?
No, it's not snowing.
Oh.
It snows out, but to clean our deck.
Okay. Oh, you're cleaning off the deck. Yeah. Say hi.
Hi.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, careful. Don't pull out the cord.
Please have a nice time, people.
Oh, that was nice of you. Yeah, it is the weekend. They do need a nice time. You're right.
That was kind of weird.
Yeah. Are you done? Okay. All right. You're gone this time. All right. Hey. All right. I guess I'm not sure. All right. Well, see you later. No. Okay. Daddy needs to finish up. Okay. You already said hi once. Yeah. All right. You go downstairs. Thank you. Thank you. See you later. You can leave the light off this time. Thank you. Can you close it? Thank you. All right. Maybe a short here. On the trend line break. Again, code Clay feeds hungry kids, okay? If you use code Clay, it's going to a good cause. You will feed hungry children. You just met 2 of the 6 I have. So I have 6 kids. So when I say code Clay feeds hungry kids, you're feeding kids, my kids. I have 6, and I can, as any of you parents out there can probably attest to, they are hungry. So code Clay feeds hungry children. If you don't use code Clay, here, I'm going to twist this against you. Then that means you are pro child starvation. That means you want those kids to eat charcoal for dinner tonight. Yeah, they need ice cream. That's right. Ice cream and candy. That their mother, yeah, my wife would fully agree with that. It is, yeah. It is actually getting close to nap time. No, you don't sign up for a pro account. You have to. You start off with a test account, and then after you pass the test, you get your pro account. And then at that point is the key because the fees go away. There are no more fees in your pro account. Hey, kids. Kids. Hey, Kit. Can you guys go downstairs, please? Jet, you gotta head downstairs. Yeah, see you later. For some reason, it just seems like this trend line wants to fail. But it's one of those, should I just wait for it to fail or do I try to anticipate it? Like get short somewhere right around here, but I don't know. Only the scam. It's only a scam if you are somebody that's like, the trailing drawdown is a scam if you're one of these people where you're looking at $1,000 and you're like, no, I'm not going to take that $1,000. I want $2,000. Yeah, then that becomes a challenge. So yes, the trailing drawdown will force you to, just take profits as you're seeing profits to take them, which I think I would kind of argue is a good habit to be in. So as I think about that, that's just a ridiculous comment to call something like that a scam. Like, who is this guy anyways? Give him coal, and then he makes that. Is this just a troll? Who is this person? Like, I get to give him coal. Like, I'll take that as a joke. I'm pretty sure he's not serious to say to give my kids coal. But, like, and then the next one, that was, I don't know, man. I don't know. But scam is a pretty strong word, so. Still waiting. Seeing if it maybe wants to come down through there. Sorry for repeating the question. I'm just curious, Clay. What question? You tell me, Neil. Neil, I guarantee you know the answer. Neil, you've been here for what, like 3 months now? 4 months? I guarantee you know the answer to that. You take your guess. I bet it's right. Because you're a smart guy. You've been here a while. Not only do I like the action better, I know it better. Right? That's the nice thing about when you watch and trade the same thing over and over again, you get to know its personality. This was a topic, or I did this video years ago. Years ago. In fact, I think it was one of my first 5 videos that I ever did when I started the YouTube channel back in 2013. Right. So this is when I was talking. My journey has been around a long time. But my whole point with this video. Look at that. Look at that stud. Yeah, okay. So my whole point with this was getting romantic is if you watch the same things over and over again, if you get romantic, you start to get to know the personality of things. You start to kind of just get to know what's going on. So no, I'm not interested in looking at 5 different futures contracts because I am romantic with the NASDAQ market and then with gold. That's who I want to get romantic with. I want to get to know them. I want to get to know their personalities. I want to get to know how they move. I want to get to know what they like, what they don't like. Right? So that is a principle that I've talked about for years upon years upon years. So to be fair, yes, it is because I like the movement, but it's also because I don't know the movement as in I know what's going to happen, but I have a good feel for the moment or for the movement. And that is, again, I would argue that is a great benefit to the futures market is the same thing every day produces multiple opportunities. So you can really get romantic, get the feel for it. I do. I spoon with the NASDAQ, and NASDAQ has gotten a little jealous when gold showed up, but it'll be okay. It'll be okay. We're at the line, but that seems like a chase now because this current move started all the way up here. Had it come down and then maybe broke but yeah, I'm going to pass on it. That seems like a chase right now. Doesn't mean it won't work out, but a little bit scary. I mean, I guess it's Chop City, but you can still make money in the chop, right? I think this was my last trade. I got short here. It came down. Sure, it chopped back up, but I mean, it still made money. That was still I don't know, 15, 20 points, or not 20 points, 10, 15 points. I think a big move is coming. Are you a lawyer by chance? Because that's like an unfalsifiable statement. Reason number 1, we don't know how you define big. Is big 5 points? Is it 50 points? Way number 2, you never said what direction the move is coming. So Dominican, you must be a lawyer with a statement like that. Well played to you, sir. We cannot hold you accountable at all. So are you a lawyer, by the way? That's got lawyer written all over it. Well, I realize you didn't call out a trade, but I'm saying that's an unfalsifiable statement. I'm giving you credit. That's clever. I'm new to this. I want to know what's best. What's best in what regard? You're new to what? You're new to trading, or you're new to trading futures, or you're new, and then what's the best in regards to what? KLK, what's KLK? Sure, a move is coming. It always is. Technically not true. Because remember, what was that, over Thanksgiving when the markets glitched out? And then the markets were literally closed for 12 hours because one of the computers overheated. So in that stance, no, the markets didn't even move. Best platform to trade on that one are their wisdom. The best platform to trade on is the one that you feel most comfortable with. Platforms play very, very little in trading success. It's the thing that's between these two ears. What's between these two ears? That's what actually matters for trading. So there is no quote unquote best platform. The best platform is going to be different from one person to another. Some people love NinjaTrader. Other people like Tradovate. Other people like TradingView. Some people like something else. Like I said, I am using as my prop firm Take Profit Trader, and then through them I am using Tradovate. But to say that is TradingVate the best? No, I can't say that because I don't know what you're specifically looking for in a platform. A lot of prop firm talk today, which is fine. So at the end of the day, prop firm for me, I believe Take Profit Trader for the reasons discussed quite a bit is the best. To King of the Mountain, the reason for the beginner prop firm trader is the very clean set of rules. These other prop firms, maybe you're like, oh, well, they're a scam. Well, they're not a scam. What happens is beginner traders show up, they don't know the rules, they don't understand the rules, and then they get payouts denied, and they're like, man, what a scam. It's like, no, it wasn't a scam. You just got overwhelmed by all the rules, which is normal because you're a beginner to the prop firm space. Take Profit Trader, very, very clean set of rules. So that is why for the beginner, I believe them to be the best. Now, if you're an experienced prop firm trader and you are not using Take Profit Trader, I am very, very confident to say they're at least worth a try. I've yet to meet a prop firm trader that uses some of these other prop firms and then tries Take Profit Trader and then complains about the pro account when you get to the payout phase and then complaining about daily payouts in any amount that you want. So if you're making $3,000 a day, you can request $3,000 every day. Other prop firms, you can't do that. There are windows, there are, now you got to wait another 5 days, nothing like that. You can have daily payouts in any amount that you want. So those little things, like I said, I've never had any, experienced prop firm trader complain about those. And then going back to the rules, I've also never experienced prop firm trader complain, well, I wish there was a consistency rule. I wish there was a scaling rule. I wish there was a scalping rule. No, usually that scalping rule is kind of annoying. But again, clean set of rules at Take Profit Trader. So in those regards, that is where I believe them to be the best. And then back to the beginner. As a beginner, eventually you'll turn yourself into an experienced prop firm trader. And as we were talking about earlier, after you get Take Profit Trader, all a fine-oiled machine, you got your 5 pros, you got your stable, you got everything. But you're like, you know what? I want to build the empire more. Well, then these are other areas where you can build your empire and consider using. But again, once you're in an experienced category, and then I know some of you are just like, hey Clay, I like the live stream. Do you have a code with such and such? Because I'll use that code because I know it helps the live stream. And for you, those of you, I really do thank you for that. So yes, if you're using any of these other prop firms, then code Clay will give you the current best deals that you can use. And at the end of the day, like I said, this is where people get offended. So get ready. But at the end of the day, I do have 6 kids. As much as I enjoy this, and my proof is we're over 4 hours, it would make me a bad father if I'm like, hey kids, I'm going to take 4 hours out of my day to go do something with basically no monetary value. Because if you think about it, or if you notice, there are 0 ads because I have the ads turned off. So I've made exactly $0.00 from YouTube ads. So the only way that I can justify this as what I would argue is a good father is it's got to be worth my time. And the way that it's worth my time is if people use code Clay. So if you want to support the live stream, if you want it to continue, it's got to be worth my time. Therefore, use code Clay. But at the end of the day, using code Clay gives you the deals anyways. You're saving money. You're getting, whatever the promotions are. So it is a good win-win for everybody. So if that offends you, that I'm not here, that I'm trying to monetize my time, I don't know what to tell you. But sorry, I would argue it would make me a scumbag father if I was here 4 hours a day with 0 monetary value to it. So can you implement something where we get 10 accounts with your code, we get access to community? I don't know. I'll think that's not a terrible idea. That might be a logistics nightmare, but that's not terrible. That's not terrible at all. I appreciate the suggestion. I'm not going to say yes or no, other than just thinking out loud. I don't know. That might be kind of a headache, but no, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. But thank you for that. I appreciate the suggestion. So, but that is all I have. So I will be back Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern. On your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be great. And make sure that you subscribe and turn on notifications. Usually I show up early. The latest I'll be here is 11 a.m. Eastern, but if you want to know exactly when I go live, then that's where hitting that like button and turning on notifications will help you out there. But yes, great week, great day, fun stream today, and I appreciate it, everybody. So like I said, hit that like button on your way out, and if you enjoy the live stream, please use code Clay, feed some hungry kids. But at the end of the day, like I said, I can't get any more transparent. I got to be a good dad. I got to be wise with my time. So as long as it's worth it, then I can justify hanging out with you guys for 4 hours every day. So take care, everybody. Use code Clay. Have a great weekend. I'll see everybody back on Monday.